Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the president and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So Baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa ukapatia nchi ikuwa inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Soundcard Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Soundcard Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place in this great country, politically and otherwise. Now, the latest is the Law Society of Kenya is threatening to take the Kenya Revenue Authority officials to court for their continued defying of court orders by their continued deduction of the housing levy that was ruled against in the court. Well, it appears to me that we have one government that is so much determined to violate the law or, just do whatever they want to do, regardless of what the law says. So they are willing to rope Kenyans dry, all in the pretext that they want to build houses for Kenyans. It leaves a lot to be desired, but we are here to engage so that we can all ventilate on this and come to a right conclusion, thereby having a direction that this country so much needs, and of course dissolve the confusion that is thriving. So there is a warning about the housing levy, and the Law Society of Kenya wants the law followed without compromise. Now, the other aspect is the concern arising from the bills that are passed in Parliament, because all the bills, or rather some of the bills that are passed in Parliament, are finding hurdle after hurdle, and in most cases, the courts are pronouncing them to be unconstitutional. So we want to get into the Parliament and find out what is bedeviling the Parliament, that the parliamentarians are passing laws that are straightly, clearly against the Constitution, but they are passing, and then they are passing with the majority. And so we wonder, are parliamentarians doing their bid in ensuring that the law is well structured and well articulated so that it doesn't collide with the rest or the other parts of the Constitution? Are parliamentarians free to debate and, assess the law before passage? What is it that is happening with both the National Assembly and the Senate, that laws passed from this legislation arm of government are finding no passage when they are faced with scrutiny by the courts of law? So is it that our members of Parliament and our Parliament and Senate are under siege, or what is happening? That's part and parcel of what I want us to ventilate on, and we'll be hearing from the horse's mouth, the people that are right in the center of this, that, are giving us what is happening. The proverb we use that if the alligator comes from the river and tells you that Mama Crocodile is sick, you better believe the alligator, because you don't live in water with them. So if the people in Parliament are telling you that what is going on in Parliament is not what Parliament is supposed to be, and that will have something to tell, to show us on why these unconstitutional laws are being passed, in broad daylight, leaving a lot to be desired, Did we vote people in Parliament who have enough to stand for something, or we have a rubber stamp National Assembly and a rubber stamp Senate? That is where I want us to get to. Thank you so much. As I salute Dahi Abdi, karibu kwa show Freedom, karibu kwa show, asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Mato Makndete say tune in kama kawaida, studio clean. How is everyone? Thank you, we are fine. Nasema Bernard, mbona Gachagua anaogopa status? What is it? Mitego yake anasema mtego wafanya washika waliomo na wasiokuwemo. Anaogopa, akumbuki mahali aliweka mitego, kwa hivyo inaweza mnasa na yeye akienda hapo, so lazima angoje kukauke, labda atajua cha kufanya. Esther Stoll, karibu kwa show. Good evening to you. Charles Green, welcome to the show. Msimamo wetu huyo, karibu Muhenga. Nashukuru tu sana. William Wadilo, karibu kwa show. Josephine Katonde, welcome to the show. Says we are tired of this government. God hear our voice and prayer. Amen. Now, let's keep going. Please invite somebody. Kama kawaida, hakikisha unakaribisha mtu na unamkumbusha kwamba show iko on na tuko ready kuangalia masuala haya kwa kina. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnatujoin kwa TikTok, kwa X na Facebook. Tuko live sasa hivi kwa TikTok, tuko live kwa X, tuko live kwa YouTube channels mbili, Sound Candy Talk Live and Sound Candy Talk. We are also live on Facebook Sound Candid Talk page, Ngozi M. Bernard page, and of course, Kibali Lounge. So whichever you are able to get us, please let's stay tuned and participate fully. We must get to the bottom of all that is happening in this country by reason of us questioning what we must question and, of course, demanding answers from where they must come, because we cannot continue like this. And so it appears that our parliament is under siege and is not doing due diligence in ensuring that the laws that are being passed and the laws that are being released to go to be enacted are within the framework of what the Constitution requires. And this leaves a lot to be desired. This leaves a lot to be desired because we can't go further than the kind of, the kind of laws that are being enacted to govern the progress of the country. Now, if the people who are charged with the responsibility to see to it that the laws passed must meet the threshold of the Constitution as well as safeguard the welfare of our people, why would it be a problem for them to scrutinize things so well and make sure that everything is within the required boundaries? What is it that one legislation after another gets declared unconstitutional as soon as it's challenged in the court of law? What are our parliamentarians doing? Why can't they do the right thing? What is it that has held them captive that they cannot think freely and, of course, question what they must question and do what they must do in safeguarding the welfare of this great country? Tumia hiyo link uingie studio kwa wale ambao ingia studio masaa ndio hayo. Nashukuru tu sana. Link ya kuingia studio nishawapa. Alafu tumia ile link nyingine kukaribisha mtu, kumbusha mtu hapa ndipo story yote inapatikana. Nashukuru kila Mkenya ambaye anajiunga nasi mahala popote ulipo. Tuambie unatupata ukiwa wapi, kama sauti iko sawa, picha iko sawa, ama kuna shida fulani tutatue. Asante kwa wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Tafadhali usitazame kipindi peke yako, wajibika katika majukumu ya kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna anayesalia nyuma katika kuelewa kipi kinachoendelea na vipi tutakavyokishughulikia ili kisiwe dosari ama kisilete dosari yoyote katika mambo haya yote. So tukianza moja kwa moja, tuanze na Law Society of Kenya wanapozungumzia swala hili ambalo wabunge wanapitisha sheria zikienda kotini zinapatikana hazifuatani na katiba. Nini kinachoendelea na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza? Na hii pia ningependa kusema tu hapa kwa wazi kwamba huu mtindo wa wabunge kupitisha sheria bila kuiangazia vizuri haujakuwa nasi, lakini haujaanza na Kenya Kwanza. Okay? Katika serikali ya Grand Coalition ya nusu mkate kukuwa na mambo mengi kama haya ambapo sheria imepitishwa inapatikana kwamba it's unconstitutional, lakini baada ya Uhuru Ruto kuingia ofisini, hapo ndio tulianza kuona masuala haya ambapo wabunge wameuka kwa zizi moja kama kondoo, wanaimba chorus, hawatumii akili ipasavyo, hawaangalii sheria vizuri, ama wanazuia udadisi mzuri wa sheria kabla ipitishwe. Ni kwa sababu kwa masuala mengine inasemekana inaitwa nini, executive haitaki masuala ambayo yametoka State House yazungumzwe, wanataka ipitishwe mbio mbio, na katika hiyo hali ya mbio mbio ndio tunakumbana na haya yote ambayo yanaendelea. Ni kipi ambacho wewe una propose kifanyike? Na swali ambalo tunauliza usiku wa leo ni kwamba tunauliza, je, umetosheka ama umefurahishwa na kazi ya bunge hivi karibuni? Are you satisfied with the performance of the parliament of late? We need to ventilate on this because To me, the parliament is a letdown. We are being treated to something that shouldn't be, because kama wewe ni mpishi ama anayeandaa chakula, kwa wale ambao ni wasomi wa Biblia, mnajua Nehemia alikuwa na kazi ya kufanya nini? Kuna Nehemia, kuna Ezra, lakini kuna huyu Nehemia alikuwa yeye kazi yake ni testi chakula kabla mfalme ale, na hiyo ilikuwa kwamba hakikishe kwamba mfalme hali sumu ama hali chakula ambacho kitafanya ni kitamdhuru. Bunge inapaswa kufanya kazi kama hiyo, kuhakikisha kwamba sheria zote ambazo zinakuwa proposed na executive ama otherwise asiendi kinyume na constitution na asidhuru wananchi. That's the reason why they are there. They should sieve everything and make sure that this is safe, is secure, it is adding value to the constitution and enhancing the livelihood of Kenyans. But it appears they have forgotten that role. They are just there to be bankrolled. And after they are bankrolled, they pass things without scrutinizing, without checking. And this is a big letdown, that we are not progressing in terms of improving on the laws, but deteriorating, because what is coming from the parliament is not passing the test at the judiciary. Let's listen out to the leadership of Law Society of Kenya on this matter.
Now, the Law Society of Kenya says it'll institute proceedings against the Kenya Revenue Authority over illegal collection of the housing levy. According to the outgoing LSK President Eric Theuri, most agencies are still deducting the fund without a basis after it was outlawed by the court. Theuri says they will push for a refund of all collections.
Tayari kutengeneza hiyo application ya contempt against Commissioner General wa Kenya Revenue Authority. Kitu ambacho tunaomba na tunasihi wa Kenya ni waweze kututumia pay slips zao ili tuone tuwe na ushahidi wa kutosha kupeleka mahakama kusema kuwa, kuonyesha kuwa hiyo levy imekatwa kinyume cha sheria, kwa sababu hakuna sheria ambayo inahalilisha housing levy. Na tukipata huo mkataba, na tunaomba wa Kenya watutumie kwa ile email address ambayo tumepeana, watutumie, tutaweza kuficha details zao ili hatua yoyote ya discipline isichukuliwe dhidi yao.
It has come to our attention that the Kenya Revenue Authority and other government agency have, despite the declaration of Section 84 as being unconstitutional, have continued to deduct and remit to the Kenya Revenue Authority the housing levy.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Wakurugenzi wa Law Society of Kenya wanasema KRA watapelekwa kizimbani, wajibu maswali. Mbona wanaendelea kukusanya hela ambayo sheria imesema ama koti imesema kwamba si halali? Tuko na serikali inayoibia wananchi, serikali ambayo inavunja sheria, serikali ambayo inatengeneza sheria ambazo haziambatani na katiba, lakini wanataka kuendeleza kuzitumia kinyume na matakwa ya Wakenya as well as the constitution provision. And this is very sad that we have a regime that was, deemed to be youthful and deemed to be of more enlightened people. But look at what is happening. Why would anybody continue enforcing something that he knows it is illegal, is unconstitutional, and shouldn't be taking place? And on the other hand, I also want to fault Kenyans before we can bring in Steve to weigh on this. Why should you accept deductions, okay? And the court has ruled against that. Kenyans, we are becoming too tolerant, and in the process, we are creating a monster in the name of a dictator that wants to dictate things against the constitution and against the well-being of Kenyans. And so as Kenyans, we need to make maximum use of our rights within the constitution and, of course, seek redress on these matters. Let's maximize on our unions, okay? Those of you that belong to the union, what are union leaders doing? what is Kotu and team doing in terms of Kenyans are being levied when they shouldn't, and they are all quiet, doing nothing in terms of agitating for the welfare of Kenyans. So calling upon us, please, let's be active. TikTokers, keep tapping that screen, keep sending those roses. Let's all enjoy the show together, even as we engage. Bwana Stephen, how are you today? Unmute, unmute. I think your mic is off.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, I can now get you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. You okay? Yeah.
Yes, yes, we can get you, sir. Bring, say whatever. Share your point.
Tahiru is right. This housing levy, surely. One, the intricacy of the housing levy is about the governance. Because the land does not belong to the government, to say least of it. Land belongs to people in Kenya, individuals, not even a communal. Yeah. So, for example, you know what KRA is doing. They are bringing something called hard tax in colonial times, where even if you have a heart, this is very annoying to me. Hard tax. Me, I'm bringing Kenya to that level where KRA is doing now. That even if I have land and you build a house, a small house, you are taxed. So Tahiru, let them. The problem is that Kenya, sorry, complain about Kenya. I'm in the UK. Sorry about that. The problem of Kenya, they don't follow the law. Once you fail to follow the law will take over you. Whether you are crying, whether you are dying, we don't care. The law will take care of you. And you see, that is a president of Law Society of Kenya. And those are people we respect too much in Kenya. They have a voice. They are more than even civil society. So KRA, the problem is that KRA, you remember when now I'm coming to Ruto. People were being employed in KRA. How many people do they take? 2 communities. It is Kalenjin and Kikuyu. So Kenya, imagine 40 something tribes, and they're all clever. It doesn't work like that. Kenya, we are telling you, if that is what you want to do, housing levy is a denoma. I like what Senate did. Let me come to now the legislature. I like what Senate did today because I was following it. There's no way it was rubber stamped in the lower whatever, lower house, upper house. I don't know how you call it. Legislation is legislation. If you represent a people, talk to them. They said that we have to go to public participation. All these 47 have to go to participate. That's okay. We want this house levy or not, or we don't want it, or whatever. Yeah, because I can see my friend is here. Let me talk about Haiti. Haiti.
Sorry, nitakatisia wewe hapo. Ngoja kwanza tusiingize masuala ya Haiti saa hii, lakini tutakupatia nafasi. In your second submission, you can get us there. Let's deal with this housing.
Okay, let me talk. Give me one chance. I talk about the legislatures. Legislatures, the problem is that they don't represent people. Legislatures, they are after their stomachs. True story. For example, you hear some people until they were in parliament. Azimio got more of those parliaments. And then they turn around, they say, oh, now I am in order. I am in order. So it's like a game. Politicians, they are playing game to Kenyans. This is very wrong. I'm telling you, truth has to be told. It will be told. And you see the Senate, for example, Senate, they oversee what is happening in the lower. That is the work of Senate, long over. We know it. They will check it, everything. And I like what they did. They have squandered it. There are few in the Senate. I like what they did. Because they told them, true story, that they are going to overrun because they were going to retreat. I don't know retreat. Nowadays you don't have retreat in Kenya. Retreat is eat tea, eat mandazi, and then pass it. If you don't pass, either you are not paid or you have to go with along the line. So they said no. Like Sefuna was there. I saw the whips. The senior whip was there. I saw Migori senator was there. There were many. All of them walked out because they were only 14. Because they knew that the bunge, the parliament, was overwhelmed by whatever. But what I want to say is this: surely give them a chance to discuss it, because also they are representative of their own constituents. Those are people. They are not goods to be taken to the market. Yeah. So they have to also consult their people. That if this is right, it's right. So they are given 3 minutes, for example. 3 minutes. Even a debate in a primary school, yeah, where I was a debater, cannot work. 3 minutes. Surely. I'll say you are biased. They are biased. Order. They are biased. So they are tarnishing our name in Kenya, to be sincere. Thank you. Thank you, Bernard.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Stephen. We appreciate that. A very good starting point there. We are looking at what is bedeviling our parliament. Why can't parliament scrutinize and see these problems that the courts are finding with the rulings that, of course, with the petitions that are being made against the passage of laws within the National Assembly as well as the Senate. And what Steve is drawing to is something that we need to closely look at. People being denied to look into these particular bills, and why would they be denied to look into those bills? When it is their work, it is what they are being paid for, it is why they have been voted for, it is why they are seated in that house. So why should we have a parliament, then that parliament is denied to look into the bills that they are supposed to be looking in? I will not have a problem if the parliamentarian does not visit the constituents or even greet the constituents, but it should be active on the floor of the house. It should scrutinize, because any law coming from parliament is going to affect the Kenyans. And to safeguard Kenyans, you should make sure that the law that is coming is for the welfare of Kenyans. So who is this that doesn't want parliamentarians to check out the bills and be able to scrutinize and spot out those weak points or those excesses of the laws that are being asked to be passed, especially by the executive? Kuna nani huyu Willy Mwadilo anasema Bernard Kotu Atuoli is in bed with Zakayo. Do you expect him to help workers? It is sad. Now, this is also something that I wouldn't want to, accept, because friendship is one thing. Rule of law is another. That I'm your friend doesn't mean I will support you in error. Okay? It is wrong for you to be a friend of Zakayo and support him in error. That your friendship is evil, is wicked, is satanic. I mean, the Bible says a father reproves the son he loves. Okay? So kama kweli Atuoli ni mzee and means well for Ruto, he should tell Ruto, hii maneno ya nyumba wachana nayo, okay? Na hii maneno ya housing levy inasumbua Wakenya, wachana nayo. Hiyo ndio kuwa mzee. Lakini urafiki kama ni kukula tu kwa tumbo na kurudi na kukunini, hakuna. Hao ndio wanaharibu nchi. Na kwa hivyo Atuoli na timu yake kama watekelezi wajibu wao, wangatuke kwa hizo ofisi. We need people who are vibrant. This country has moved forward through the whatever, what is it called? The workers' union, the trade union. Yes, called the trade union. When it was being led by Kinatom Mboya, those the people who shook the country through the trade union. Now Atuoli kazi yake ni kuzunguka na kuvaa nguo za blue. Okay, msimamo, sitaki kuchemuka saa hii. Vipi lakini? Anavaa nguo za papo kuja hapa kututisha.
Kama za ule mwana vichekesho, sio anaitwaje ule bwana, mimi huwa namfuatilia. Lakini anyway, pokea zangu kwanza Bernard, then brother Steve, pokea zangu, nimekusikiza kwa makini zaidi. Lakini pia vile vile
sauti imerudi na sijui masomo yangu ndio hayo ama.
Ndio maana nilikuwa nitamalizia hapo mwisho kwanza, maana nilijua kwamba hautavumilia utamu kama nilivyosikia. Najua nilifanya majaribio mangapi nikafurahi zaidi. Yaani uganga wako umegonga ndipo, asante. Na mwanafunzi naye hakuwa mbumbumbu akaufuatilia, bila shaka naona mambo yamerudi kuwa sawa sasa. Lakini pokea zangu mwalimu. Niwasalimia wale ndugu zangu ngine kwenye comment sections kidogo, nao pia wapate za msimamo. Nimemsikiza kakaangu Steve, nimesikiza kilio cha ndugu yangu hapa Bernard, na nikakumbuka siku nyingine hapa tu tulizungumzia ni nini kinasababisha wabunge wetu wakienda parliament wakija mbumbumbu. Tuko hapa pia na jina fulani hivi kama tunakumbuka kipindi hicho. Anayekwenda bungeni, anapokwenda parliament akirudi kama ni ule wako wa zamani amebadilika, si yeye. Hapa na outcome yake ni kama hii sasa tunaipigia kelele hapa na kuizungumza. This is the total outcome of it. Unategemea lipi kaka yangu nizungumziwe pale lenye tija kama hili ambalo akina Sifuna wanalizungumza? So ufunguzi wangu utakuwa mfupi, ni endelee kusikiza kidogo, lakini this is the total outcome, na ndio maana mimi huwa na warai wa Kenya, nasema kuna haja ya Wakenya kuacha mchezo na kuungana as brothers, uwe wa mlima, uwe wa coast, uwe wa Nyanza, but the future of this country depend on us. Hakuna lingine. We must stand firm. Tuachane masuala kwamba mimi ni Azimio, mimi ni UDA. Country iko at a wrong direction, na hatuwezi fumbia macho jambo kama hili, na ili tulitimize ni udugu. Mimi ndaachia pale kwanza, nisije nami nikachemka kama kaka yangu hapo. Abena, asante.
Asante sana Msimamo, nashukuru. Tumekupata kwa njia safi. Ubarikiwe sana. Now, ili swala mpaka tutalizamia, na lazima tupate suluhu ambalo ni la kudumu. Watu wengi tu walienda bunge kusababisha mambo, lakini walipofika huko wakasababishwa hao. Mtu kama Jicho Pevu alikuwa mpekuzi mfichuzi wa mambo mabaya yanaendelezwa na wabunge ama watu wakubwa serikalini na kando yake. Alipoingia bunge, sijui alipewa mnofu akasindiwa nyama kwa mdomo. Sasa siku hizi mdomo umezibwa, asemi lolote, atetei wanyonge tena, afichui chochote tena. Yeye sasa ndio anaficha kabisa. Nini kinachosababisha? Wengi wameenda bunge, haswa wale wanatoka kanisani. Kulikuwa huko na Reverend Musemi, tuko huko na Bishop Brown, tuko huko na nani, kulikuwa na Bishop Margaret huko. Wakasema wanapeleka wokovu wapi? Kwa bunge. Walipofika hao ndio walikuwa evangelized. Wakaanza kudansi hiyo ngoma. Ni kipi hiki ambacho kinaendelea bungeni, ambacho akiruhusu watu kutumia akili yao na kutekeleza wajibu wao kwa faida ya Wakenya, haswa Mkenya wa kawaida? Asante kwa kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi. Tafadhali naomba tumakinike kukaribishana. Hiyo namba ya watazamaji imekwama pale kwa muda mrefu sana. Naomba tafadhali sukuma share your link na kila mtu, ili kila mmoja ajiunge na show ili tukafaidike kwa pamoja. Na kama una swali unaweza weka hapo kwa comment section, ama ingia studio ukaulize, tutakujibu. Kile kinachoendelea katika nchi hii ni kibaya. Unajua, wakati umeajiri watchman alinde boma ama alinde boma na mali yako, okay? Alafu huyo watchman ndiye anafanya nini? Anafanya kazi na wezi, ama ameanza kushirikiana na wezi kukuibia. Sasa wewe utakuwa salama kweli? Bunge ndio inapaswa kuwa nini? Watchman wa wananchi, kuwatetea na kuwalinda, haswa kutokana na sheria mbaya. Kama wanashirikiana na wezi wanaotaka kutuibia, tuko salama kweli? Asante. Naomba basi kabla turudi kwa Stephen shortly, the poll question we are asking, are you satisfied with the Kenya National Assembly and Senate performance of late? Are you satisfied with the way the National Assembly and the Senate are doing their work? On Sound Candy Talk Live, 10 votes cast, all of them 100%. They are saying, no, we are not satisfied with the way things are going on in Parliament of late. Let's look at the main channel, Sound Candy Talk. 46 votes already cast. Are you satisfied with the Kenya National Assembly and the Senate performance of late? 11% say yes of the 47 votes cast, and 89% say no, we are not satisfied. Well, thank you so much. We have 19 likes on this, 20 likes on this video. Please make sure before you cast your vote, you like the video. It is important. It helps us a great deal, and we need you to be the extension of what we are doing right here, right where you are. Thank you very much. Back to Stephen. Ni nini hiki ambacho kiko bungeni? ambacho mtu akiingia anageuka, badala awe wa kuendeleza masuala ya wananchi wa kawaida, anageuzwa, anakuwa sasa yeye ndio mtetezi wa bwenyenye wanavyoendelea kugandamiza wanyonge. What is this that is in parliament that can't allow parliamentarians to do what they are supposed to do? Of course, the three roles of a parliamentarian: representation, oversight, and legislation. Those three. Stephen.
Wakiingia bunge, I don't know whether they get confused because they don't know their role. Their role is only three, the one you have just stated, Bernard. Imagine just the year 2022. Going there, when they went there, like this guy in Ugenya. Who's this guy? It's called who? David. Imagine, I could not. I'm least expecting these guys to behave like this. Those people should go back and seek mandates. Because the people, for example, the people who put them in those seats, they have their own issues in their own constituencies, particularly. Yeah. So they should follow. So I concur with Raila. Like Karoli, for example. These are failures. Me also, I don't understand Kenya. They elect failures. Karoli, we were with him in college, University of Nairobi. He was coming. We gave somebody from Kenyatta University, but it was just from their law school. Yeah. And yesterday you hear what Raila said. He helped him. He changed his mind. I don't know what brought him. I don't know whether he married. He married from South Korea. I know his wife. And then he was in IMF. You see, these are the people. It's called garbage in, garbage out. This one we don't like in politics of Kenya. Politics of Kenya means that it is us in Kenya who will rejuvenate from our dreams and to fulfill our goal. Sasa imagine sasa hiyo ya bunge, parliament. I've said there is no discussion there. The ODA team walked out. You saw it. 142 people were out. They did not even assent to that bill. So why? Surely, if there are 290, because me, I was an observer in Kenya, 290 minus 142, how many remaining? Those who are absentees. We can't just say, oh, we don't know why they knew this one is going to injure their it's like you're a prefect in a school, for example. So the people who supported you to be a prefect, basically, they are not with you. The headmaster said that we are putting this one in the church. So he ran away from the compound. And that is election day. Who they elect? They elect the next one. So this housing bill, surely in Kenya, one, we don't know who is going to benefit. Me, I'm the one who did it's called what, the upgrading in Kibera. When high-rise was coming up, the people who occupied those houses, true story, were lecturers in university. Those are the people who could afford. The people down there, they still didn't have water. They did not even like it. And also, if I talk about sociology, I say this: don't force people into what they don't know. Me, I was going to those houses one by one, doing what is called economic survey. We realize some people don't even want to come from Kibera. I take Kibera because that's where I did a lot of research there. They refuse. They say we are here because they can afford food. They can afford sleeping peacefully. They can afford everything there. So if you tell them, oh, you are building them a house, they ask you where? Which house? That is an issue. And even me now, like for example, me, I live in Migori, my home. I have a home in Kisumu. Me, I'm privileged. How do you force me and have buildings in Nairobi? How do you force me to vanquish that? Now you are taxing me more, so that I can go to those houses. Which house is that? That is a fallacy. It's a crap.
So when Steve,
it's a crap. And I like what senator were doing, because it means that if a law should be passed to an act, you know, Constitution is a big book. That big book, that's why we put the legislature there. They have to be put into perspective, into acts. That's why I'm not happy about where senator, they want to present their bills, is not acted. Why? Because that bill, a big book, has been put into statutes. They are called acts. They are called acts of parliament. So imagine.
Okay, Steve, we'll get back to that. Just take this there, give us and then we digest what you have shared already, and then we'll come back to look at the really a process of how a bill should be wherever why the bill should go in different stages and what should be done after every stage, and why every parliamentarian need to be focused on that. Now, if somebody denies you from doing that, what he's actually asking you is that you shouldn't be a member of parliament. It is that simple. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, please, let's be on the forefront to invite somebody, remind somebody, and then, of course, we are reminding you that we are still paying our bills, and so contributing towards payment of our bills. And so the details are pinned on the comment section that is on YouTube. For those of you following us on YouTube, then we'll be sharing it periodically in the comment section. And of course, I will also, let me quickly display the details on the screen for those of you who need it on the big screen. Here are the details. You can either use the till number 516575 Sound Candy Talk, or use the M-Pesa line +254 718 4545 85. The number once again is +254 718 454585. Bernard is the name. So please take those details and respond. We are around 30% of what we need to settle the bills, and we are already on the 5th of the new month. So please, we really rely on you to be of help even as we go about this. Asante sana. Naomba tumakinike. Let's listen out to this video by Raila Odinga on the issue going on in Parliament. What has gone wrong with our Parliament that every law coming from Parliament does not pass the legal challenges that arise from the same when taken to court? And that's why Zakayo anaanza kufight courts instead of him allowing parliamentarians to tell him he's wrong by submitting laws that are either unconstitutional or have not been given sufficient time to be looked at. Let's listen to Raila Odinga on this.
Na mtazamaji, kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga amewakashifu wabunge wa chama chake ambao walipigia kura mswada wa fedha bungeni na kushinikiza ushuru zaidi kwa wananchi. Odinga akizungumza katika eneo la Suba Kusini, kaunti ya Homa Bay, amewataka wanachama wa ODM kuwaadhibu wabunge walioenda kinyume na matakwa ya chama na vilevile kuwataka wanachama hao kukaa macho kuhakikisha kwa viongozi waliochaguliwa na chama cha ODM hawafanyi kinyume na matarajio ya chama. Kauli ya Odinga inajiri ukuvuta ni kuvute ndani ya chama hicho, ikiendelea kuhusu ni nani atakayemrithi endapo atapata wadhifa kuwa mwenyekiti wa tume ya muungano wa Umoja wa Afrika.
Wale ambao wanataka kutoroka kwa chama cha ODM waende kwa vyama vingine, tawarudisha kwa wananchi. Hakuna mahali baba anaenda. Baba atabaki umuhumu. Kule akienda kule yeye ni kutembea tu. Yeye pata ako hapa.
Na maseneta kutoka muungano wa Azimio la Umoja wametishia kuuangusha mswada kuhusu mpango wa ujenzi wa nyumba za bei nafuu utakapowasilishwa katika bunge la Seneti, wakisema kwamba utamwongezea mwananchi mzigo mkubwa wa ushuru. Bunge la Taifa liliunga mkono mswada huo, wakisema upo tayari kwa utekelezaji. Hisia hizi zilitolewa na seneta wa Kilifi Stewart Mazayo na wa Mombasa Mohamed Faki na yule wa kaunti ya Kwale Isa Jumaboy. Waliyasema hayo walipozuru bunge la kaunti ya Kilifi lililoko Malindi, ambako pia walikariri kwamba mpango wa ujenzi wa nyumba ni huduma ambayo imegatuliwa na mujibu wa katiba. Wamesema serikali za kaunti zina nguvu na mamlaka ya kuendesha mpango huo pasi na kuwawekea Wakenya mzigo kwamba magavana wanaotenga ardhi kutekeleza mpango huo wa serikali wanafanya hivyo kinyume cha sheria.
Ndani ya gatuzi lao, lakini hawawezi kupeana ardhi ya gatuzi pasipo na idhini ya mabunge gatuzi. Na pia kama kutakuweko na matatizo, ni vyema wahusisha hata bunge la Seneti pia wajue nini kinachoendelea, kwa sababu bunge la Seneti linahusika na masuala ya magatuzi.
Hawajali kama mtu wako na title, hawajali kama hapo kunaishi binadamu, hawajali hapo kunaishi nani. Wao wanachukua amri kwenye mikono yao, wanavunja nyumba, wanafurusha watu.
Hakuna ardhi ambayo ni mali ya serikali kuu. Labda zile estate za zamani ambazo labda zilikuwa ni nyumba za serikali kuu, lakini baada ya katiba kuundwa mwaka 2010 zote zilikuja katika mikono ya kaunti.
Hatukatai kama kulikuwa kuna mjadala fulani kuonesha wananchi kwamba kitu fulani sisi tutafanya baadaye tutapatia faida, ingekuwa ni sawa, lakini hakuna public participation yote mpaka sasa.
Kwingineko, hisia kali zingali zinatoka.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Asante sana kwa kuendelea kufuata kipindi mahala pote ulipo. Tafadhali tuendelee kukaribisha na hiyo namba ya watazamaji, sijui kuna nini. Tujitahidi kukaribisha mtu, kumkumbusha mtu ili asisalie nyuma kwa mambo haya. Turejee kwa msimamo, akatufafanulie hayo ambayo yamesemwa na hao vigogo, akichangia bunge letu ni bunge ama ni mseto wa kwaya? Tulikuwa na kwaya maalum hapa Kenya ilikuwa inaitwa Muungano Kwaya. Hiyo kwaya ilikuwa hatari mpaka ilikuwa inavunja ndoa kwa sababu lazima waimbe na mzee hata apikiwe asipikiwe basi. So tuko na Muungano Kwaya ama tuko na bunge?
Bwana, hakuna bunge, tuko na Muungano Kwaya.
Ama ni ile bunge ya babuni ile ya Ruto hiyo.
Unajua cha kushangaza, si wa Kenya tuna kazi kubwa, na kwa kweli hakika Bernard, tusipoiangalia kwa makini, mimi sioni hata haja ya uchaguzi ingine kabla hatuja rectify kile ambacho tunakiona kwa sasa. Swala hili la wabunge, maana yote haya ni wabunge. Ndugu yangu amesema hawajui roles zao. Mimi nasema wanajua roles zao ni nini, kwa sababu ukiingia bunge unapewa majukumu yako kwamba haya ndio utakayotekeleza. Wewe ni mtumwa wa wananchi, uwawakilishe wananchi, na ndipo wakija kwetu wanatueleza huo, na sisi tunafaa huo tuwaeleze kwamba tuna tatizo ABCD. So for real, wale ni wasimamizi wetu wenye tumewatuma pale, lakini ikifika kule sasa ndio hugeuka kwa hii hali tunayoiona. Yote tisa, kosa ni nini haswa hapa? Kosa ni mtu mmoja tu. Hayangetokea haya ni kwa ajili ya mtu mmoja tu anayeamini kwamba chochote kitakachopitishwa Kenya hii hakitapitishwa katika mahakama, hakitapitishwa katika wapi, kitapitishwa bungeni. Kwa maana hiyo, kile chakula kilichokizungumza nikifungua kwamba kililiwa bunge, kililiwa State House, ndio hii outcome yake. Na kama outcome yake ni hii, je, hata kama tutafanya kazi ya upinzani kuzungumza kwa media, what are the actions? Na kama action hazipo, je, sisi wananchi jukumu letu ni lipi? Bernard, mimi nitamalizia kwa kusema hivi, si wakati wa sisi ngome hii, sisi watu wa maana kikwazo cha haya yote tumekukuza kwa ajili ya huu mtindo. Sisi watu wa, kuna wa mlima, kuna wa wapi, kuna waziwani, kuna wa pwani, kuna wa wapi. Si vibaya, lakini hili ndio limetumaliza. Kikwazo, kuna watu fulani watu kisema tunaenda hivi, wengine wanasema hapana, hata kama hafai lakini ni wetu, wacha akae. So the only way ni kuhakikisha tuna deal na anayetusumbua, na tukishindwa, wacha tupige mbwa, tutafute mwenye mbwa. Na kupiga mbwa, kutafuta mwenye mbwa ni hawa wabunge. Tusidanganywe na CDF hizi zinatumwa, tunadanganywa na shilingi 2, lakini yale maovu yanaendelea, hawatayazungumza ng'o, bali watayafumba kwa mwananchi. Hata tukidanganywa na CDF ni namna gani? Maana hizo ndio mbinu na ngome zinazotumika kwa sasa hivi. Tunajengiwa kile, mara tournament hii, mara hivi. Kenya lazima tusimame katika hali ya ukali zaidi. Tusijisahau, taifa linaelekea kusiko. Asante.
Okay, thank you msimamo on that one. Lazima tuamue itakuwa vipi, kama tutafuata katiba ama tutafuata mambo ambayo hayasaidii nchi na hayasaidii wananchi. Unajua kuna vile things fall apart when the people charged with the responsibility. The progress of the country is determined by the progress of the legislations that are made by the parliament in making sure that people apply themselves to better laws for better life. But it appears that our parliament is doing less laws, okay? And some of the laws they are passing are making people to backtrack on the progress that is required. Like now, there is a spirited effort of trying to pass laws that want the functions that have been devolved, okay, to be retained by the central government. I mean, it is already in the constitution. The constitution has already said this is what? Developed function. So the central government should be looking on how to do what? To relinquish that to the county government and facilitate. But hao wamefanya nini? Wamekwamia, wanataka kuivuruta. Alafu wanatumia bunge kwenda kuwapigia rubber stamp warudishe kwa mikono yao. Ndio sasa wanataka hata mpaka shule ya chekechea. Wanataka ati shule ya chekechea isisimamiwe na county irudi hapa. Sasa what devolution are you talking about if chekechea cannot be presided over by counties?
That's why nasema tuko back kwa county commission wako mbele kuliko gatuzi. Jana nilizungumza hili Bernard. County commissioners wako mbele kuliko hizi gatuzi tunazungumza katika hii regime. Na lazima tuambiane ukweli hapo. Na tukirudi kwa county commission najua tumerudi wapi. Hawa jamaa wangu wa pwani wamezungumza, ndipo lazima niwape hongera. Na tunahitaji viongozi ambao watasimamia na Wakenya kwa ukweli. Niwape kongole kabisa hawa jamaa. Steve Mazayo, huyu mzee wa mimi, hawa wamenikosha. This is the kind of leadership we want as Kenyans. Tuna kibarua. Tusipowasaidia kama wananchi hawa mabwana kama hawa, hakuna mahali tutaelekea. Na hatuwezi tuwasaidia kama tutagawana kingome. Leo mimi na hilo, yani hilo limenikaa sana Bernard. Kwamba tumekosa kitu fulani sisi hatuwezi achilia kitu fulani, sisi hatuwezi. Sisi hii kitu tumedumisha wenyewe. Na we will have to stop that. Tutambuane kwamba wote ni jamii moja ya Kenya. Masaibu yanamkumbwa mwingine, bwenyenye hata akipata. Wabunge hawa tunawaona, si matakwa yao, ni lazima upitishe. Tumeona hata kwa mikutano. Mtaenda pitisha ama hamtaenda pitisha? Na tunapiga makofi wananchi. Swala linaulizwa peupe machoni. Wabunge fulani mtaenda pitisha hii kwa ajili ya wananchi, na wananchi sisi tunapiga makofi. Jamani, msimamo leo atakwamia hapo.
Asante msimamo, tunashukuru kwa hayo. Na unajua bunge alifanya kazi ya kupitisha. Hakuna mahala popote katika katiba inasema bunge linafanya kazi ya kupitisha. So yule mtu anashinikiza wabunge wapitishe sheria hii, huyo ndio anapaswa kushikwa wa kwanza, kwa sababu ameenda kinyume na nini? Na katiba. Bunge linapaswa kujadili, lipige msasi, likague. It only approves what it has generated. Okay? Wewe unaweza niletea habari ndio, lakini siwezi ichukua hiyo habari nikaifanya yangu. Mpaka niisome, nielewe, nione mimi naingilia wapi, kipi ambacho ni makosa, kipi ambacho kiko sawa. Ndio ikitoka bunge isikae kama vile ilitoka State House kwa sababu wale watu walikuwa State House hawako hapa bungeni. So kama sisi tuko bunge kupitisha, we are part of the problem, and that's what we must look at. I salute everybody who is joining us from wherever you are. Please, let's be on the forefront.
Ben, kidogo tu. Na ndio maana baba anasema hivi, umecheza hiyo video sasa hivi. Lazima uende kule na sera inayoambatana na chama chetu. Hataki kabisa sasa hivi. Na nagonga mbwa kumtafuta mwenye mbwa. Sio kama umeolewa huo msemo vizuri. Na baba ametuonyesha huo mfano yeye mwenyewe kwamba ni wa chama. Je, na sisi kwa wabunge wetu wanaotusaliti pale bungeni kwa kupitisha vitu kama hivi, tunawapangia nini? Ni baadhi ya maswali tujiulize. Na huo ndio msaada wa mwananchi, kumsaidia kiongozi wake ama kujisaidia. Failure to which na kunyamaza mbumbumu na kupiga makofi, na tunaambiwa wazi, nyie mtapitisha ama hamtapitisha, na sisi tunapiga makofi. Tunasubiri nyumba ama tunasubiri maembe chini ya mnazi. Asante.
Thank you, Msimamo. Steve, hold on just there. You're coming in after this video.
Because, you know, I'm not in Parliament. But all the times I listen to what is going on in Parliament. Recently, they brought a finance bill in Parliament, which was introducing new taxes in Parliament. And we gave instructions to our members of Parliament of ODM to oppose that bill, the finance bill. Because that bill was an oppressive bill. It was introducing excessive taxation of our people, including the farmers. Because it was introducing a taxation that is called commodity tax, meaning that we are going to even tax things which are products of agriculture. Now, you remember when they were doing campaign, they were talking about returning GMR, guaranteed minimum return. That language has actually now disappeared. Now, I was shocked and surprised to see some members of Parliament from the region who voted for that bill now rising up and opposing the implementation of that bill. Shame on them. Shame on them. Shame on them. But what also surprised me was that the member of Parliament for this constituency also voted for that bill. Karoli Omondi, did you send him to vote for that bill? No worry. No worry. Ofuo kango. Ofuo kango. Now, we have agreed on certain issues. We agreed, the team that we put together to negotiate, NADCO, agreed on basic issues. We had 4 issues. One was the issue of the cost of living. Hello? The second was the issue of IEBC. The third was the issue of political parties. And the fourth was the issue of the taxation. Okay? The team has agreed, one, that the issue of IEBC will be constituted with our participation, that we must approve the names of those who are going to be members of IEBC. 2, we have agreed that the server is going to be opened. Okay? Hello? Hello? Number 3, tumekubaliana ya kwamba wale ambao wanakuwa malaya wa siasa, wale ambao wanataka kutoroka kwa chama cha ODM waende kwa vyama vingine, tutawarudisha kwa wananchi. Uja mabaji dhurua.
Exactly. Thank you. Stephen, you can now weigh on that. Thank you so much. Unmute.
Yeah, land. Bernard, land is very emotive issue in Kenya. You see, land is divided into 4. There is individual land, there is trust land, there is communal land, and there is state land. State means that it is a building land where a private owner has got it. The trust land is that these lands are for governments. They are very few. I concur with people in Mombasa. Yeah. Because where are you going to put those houses? And then there is individual land. So that one, you know, this is a corrupt society. Yeah, Ruto is, I told you, Ruto did not go to school very well. He's a Buttonist. Ruto, we were with him in class. Even this Unani Umondi. Karoli. Yeah. We refuse him anything to take from us. Even his dad. Because me, I'm a Suba also. My mom is the one from Sakwa. I'm a Suba, to be sincere. Only I don't know language of Suba, but I know Luo more because I was more with my mom in Luo lands. So is that right? Around how many times? When Okwanya was taking his bid. Yeah, so many. That time there is no constituency. He should appreciate that devolution is there. Yeah. He should appreciate even Raila, number one. He should appreciate Raila to allow him to be in Bunge, in Parliament. Is that right? I'm telling you. Me, I know those areas. Our people are there. I haven't seen those are our areas. Our people are there. We visit them always. Now you get a chance, then you change to another political party. Surely. And he knows very well that in Nyanza, where he is there, he cannot get a chance at all, I'm telling you. Then I come to this this Bunge thing. No, Haiti. Let me say Haiti now. Let me not repeat myself. Haiti. Yesterday I was listening to Lala. He gave a scenario very well. And me, I know law. If one government has not given you a leeway, also I worked with UN. True story, just Google me. You cannot validate a country to another country. Like when I was working in Tanzania, I was validated to go there. No terms of at the paper. This one was, is it yellow fever? No, these are very serious government to government. So if Haiti does not have a government and is a prime minister, surely how can Ruto is also a thief in whatever they are thieving Kenyans? And my brother is also an Indian police. Yeah? He retired after superintendent police. Imagine. And now they are taken like a sheep or going to a deep to Haiti. Haiti, I told you, I met one of them here. Haiti, they told me that they don't want blacks to come there. They are going to control, they are going to kill them. Yeah, this is what I'm crying about. And if you understood what Lala told you yesterday, that is the scenario he told me. And today I was listening to the talk from Turkana Alliance, Third Alliance. He put it very clear. There is no legitimacy of our policemen and women going to Haiti. There's what we call reciprocity. Yeah. What did Kenya know of Kenya? Surely. And what is the government giving in and what is the Eritrea giving out to Kenya? Or they just want to bring the cops itakuwa mtongwe. I'm telling you, this Haiti thing is wrong, as well as housing levy is wrong. Ruto does not know anything. He's just a buttonist. Surely, the people were just looking at the dead bodies or plants. To come to the fore, today was shaking in State House. That is giving it's called what, the counties money around 29 billion. Gachagua was not there. Why? Ask yourself, why was Gachagua not there? He was shaking at you, and he was always shaking. The money of county should go direct. I told you, it should be in consolidated funds. And that's where also the parliament are failing. Once the fund is established from the parliament, it should go automatic. Like e-city, I don't know, it's citizen, direct. Like if you go to the bank, it's called what, you write a check. It's called standing order. If that is the language they understand there. It should be every year inside their banks. Don't tell them that you are going to soothe with 29 billion. So 29 billion divided by 40 what? 47 counties. So who is not going to receive? Ruto doesn't ever know simple arithmetics in statistics. Yeah. If it is 15% of the revenue given, so 15% of 46 times the revenue, what is it? It's not even nearer. That should be trillion. And that is what we stand for. We say this devolution will work. It has to work. Ruto, the problem is that he want to be wielding power. The power will move from Moi, and he's still doing the same story. All the dogs, they don't die. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana bwana Stephen kwa hayo mengi mazuri tu. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana, kukumbushana. Then of course let's participate in the poll question. Naona watu wa Sound Candid Talk live wameamua 100% they are not satisfied with what the parliament is doing, and that is very important. And that's one of the things that I want us to do on this particular show. Okay, whatever the mainstream media has refused to discuss, okay, and they have refused to bring in the limelight, that's what we must bring into limelight and give it the attention that's required. Members of parliament are not rubber stamp officials. Hao sio rubber stamp ya chief ile ilikuwa inatembea nayo kwa mkono, kwa mfuko, kwa kiriba. Nani yuko hapa kiriba cha mchungaji. So mahala popote anakupata pesa ya harambee unapigwa rubber stamp. Toa pesa ya harambee unapigwa rubber stamp. That is not how parliament is supposed to work. The parliament is supposed to be free, not to be under siege. What is going on right now is not what parliament should be. And if you are a member of parliament and you're listening to this, we want you to go and redeem yourself. Go and redeem yourself. Go back to that parliament, and if they don't want you, if every other person is singing in the choir, sing the wrong key. Sing the wrong key, sing off key, you will be hurt, okay? hata kwa ikwe mzuri namna gani, yule mtu anaimbanga off kindu anasikika vizuri. So wewe kuwa kama Martin Shikuku. Wakati kila mtu amepigwa na melala kama bahasha, wewe ndio unainuka unasema hapa hapana, tunatetea mwananchi wa kawaida na hii sheria haisaidii mwananchi wa nini wa kawaida. Be the only different voice among the choir. Let it be heard that you don't support evil, you don't support Zakayo, you don't support punitive legislation, and then of course help with information. Okay, kama wamepitisha sheria vile wanapitisha chorus namna hii, then provide the legal team with the required evidence so that we can use the judiciary to straighten up the parliament. State House should keep off parliament. Parliament should not be an extension of State House. State House wakae State House, watoe mapendekezo yao kwa bunge. Okay? Bunge ishapokea mapendekezo yao, nayo ifanye nini? Ifanye udadisi wao, wakague. Wakikubaliana, sawa. Wasipokubaliana, wabadilishe kule kunapasa kubadilika. That is the whole essence of parliament. Kama Wetangula hawezi kupreside over that, let that person be kicked out of office. Kama Kingi cannot preside over that, let him go and commit suicide wherever he wants. We must get this country functioning constitutionally. Not these wimps at Mkubwa amesema. Mkubwa ni nani? Hatuwezi kubadilisha constitution ambayo tumeipata kwa damu ifanywe sasa imekuwa kwaya ambayo wananchi watu wanachezea tena watu wazima. So our parliament must deliver, and we are going to be doing more of this. We must get our parliamentarians doing. Na mle mbunge ambaye hataki kufanya overtime ya kuangalia vizuri sheria, huyo ndio mzembe. Then 2 years, kwanza hiyo sheria 2 years inapaswa kubadilishwa. Okay? We should recall these people after 2 weeks. Miezi ikipita 2 hujasema chochote bunge, wasirudi ikuwe vile tulikuanga shule. You miss class for 2 weeks, you expelled from school. Okay? Sasa wewe umekuwa bunge 2 months, you have not said anything. You should not be admitted next month. Unapewa expulsion letter. Mshahara yako inasimamishwa mpaka utafute cha kusema, ukuje useme kwanza tuone kama tutakusamea ama la sivyo. So we shouldn't pay people salary, give them allowances, give them cars, fuel those cars, let them loiter around while they are not doing the basic, important, great responsibility they should be doing. That is safeguard us from the excess appetite of State House. Wewe uko hapo kama watchman. Okay? Ukiona umbwa mwitu ametoka State House anakuja kumeza wananchi, wewe kama mbunge ndio unapaswa kusimama ambia hapana, umbwa mwitu hawezi kuruhusiwa kwenda kukula nini? Wananchi. Hatuwezi kuruhusu. Usitembee na rubber stamp. As what those of you who are younger politicians, you disappoint a great deal. Ati umeitiwa ukapewa bahasha 100,000, unataka kuuza nchi yako. Unatetea vitu ambavyo havisaidii mtu yeyote isipokuwa wewe. Na utasaidia nini? Hiyo 100,000 you will go and smoke and drink it. It will be finished by the following day. So what is it that you are fighting for? Let's get our brains back. Let's get our sanity back. Let's get our integrity back. Let me just play this video before Msimama can come in and weigh on this. And the rest of you who are coming into the studio, please kujeni studio. Mimi masaa yangu ndio haya na katika saa 7 kamili masaa Afrika Mashariki. Mimi nang'atuka, nitawacha na vijana, alafu kuna habari nitawapatia leo ni lini, ambayo kabla ning'atuke nitakuwa nawapatia, lakini nawahimiza tafadhali wale ambao mjatuma michango yenu tunahitaji. We are at 30%, we are still looking for 70%, so you can tell we are very far from what needs to be done. So let us focus. Let's watch this quickly, and then Msimamo can come in and weigh.
We, the members of the minority side, have left the said retreat in protest at the hypocrisy of the Speaker's office, especially the open disregard to the rules of the House and contempt directed at the minority side and its leadership. We wish to give our reflection on the first two sessions to provide context for our action this morning. In our considered opinion, the Speaker's office is one of the biggest impediment to the proper working of the House for the following reasons. Number one, capture of the legislative business. The legislative process in the Senate has completely been captured in the first two sessions. We have seen a baggage of unconstitutional bills, all sponsored by the Kenya Kwanza regime. The Constitution under Article 96(2) requires that the House considers and debates all legislations relating to devolution. In the first two sessions, we have seen neither consideration nor debate on key bills that clearly claw back on devolution. These include the SHIF and the Health Promoters Bill. We have seen the emergence of phenomenon where shortcuts are taken to fast-track government bills, limit debate on the floor, and elected leaders asking the Speaker to put the question without any debate. This phenomenon was taken to absurd heights during voting of the DORA 2023, when the majority side voted against the recommendation of the House's own Committee of Finance, allocating counties 407 billion. In the same breath, private members' bills sponsored by the members of the minority have faced a myriad of frustrations, including undue delays to the pre-publication stage, publication and processing at the committee stage, not to mention scheduling for debate. Our members have also complained of outright plagiarism and hijacking of their legislative ideas by various ministries. The best example of this is the Digital Health Bill, initially sponsored by Senator Hamida Kibwana. This is part of the reason we saw no point of participating in today's retreat, when it is clear this pattern will continue in this session. There are a number of manifestly unconstitutional bills currently before the House, including the Water Bill and the Housing Bill, amongst others. Number two, unconstitutional limitation of the representative powers of the members. The Speaker has made it impossible for members to present matters affecting the electorate for debate on the floor. This is done in various ways. Firstly, the Speaker has repeatedly and without legal justification refused to approve questions and motions sponsored by the members of the minority. In this last session, motions to censure the Cabinet Secretary, Moses Kuria, for his attack on the media, the Inspector General of Police for his conduct during the opposition protests, and many others were rejected in order to protect the image of this regime. We have also seen well choreographed attempts to stifle debates on the floor through the unequal application of the standing orders. Some members of the Speaker's panel appear to be under instructions to allow numerous and repeated frivolous points of orders whenever a member of the minority is on the floor. There was also disproportionate meting out of harsh punishment for alleged transgression by members of the minority without even leaders being thrown out of the slightest infraction. The latest such incident involved minority leader Stewart Mazayo, with Senator Veronica Maina presiding. Despite a formal complaint written to the Speaker on the conduct of Senator Veronica Maina, the Speaker has neither acted nor even had the courtesy to respond to the complaint. This continues a pattern of ignoring communication from the minority side on various matters, including reorganization of committees, which the Speaker has flatly refused to act upon months after this was communicated to him. The leadership of the minority has attempted to dialogue over these matters, including at various retreats with the Speaker and the minority and the majority leadership. But no action has been taken to correct the situation. In view of the foregoing, the minority demands the following action be taken by the Speaker. Number one, immediate recusal of members of the panel notorious for stifling debate and not applying House rules equally. Number two, immediate response to all communication addressed to the Speaker from the leadership of...
To express our dissatisfaction in terms of the way the House is being managed. We're here to fight for devolution. We have a lot of unconstitutional legislative proposals which are being introduced in the House. And the moment we raise the concern of those unconstitutionality, it falls into deaf ears. We have also raised concern in the manner in which the leadership is treated, and especially by members of the Speaker's panel. And we feel that it is imperative that the Speaker respond to these matters. Today, it is going to affect our leader. Tomorrow, it is affecting the entire country because we're here to defend the Constitution. We have raised a lot of serious concerns regarding the way our own members' bills are being plagiarized. Senator Sifuna has mentioned the bill on digital health. There is also a second bill on the public finance management, which is also drafted by the same senator, Senator Hamida, who spends sleepless nights doing research to be able to come up with a legislative proposal. But the moment she submits the proposal through the processes of Parliament, one way or the other, it lands into the hands of greedy hyenas waiting at the executive, so that they can be able to plagiarize, change the name. And in fact, if you take Senator Hamida's legislative proposals and you look at the other ones, it's apple to apple. You compare everything. The only thing which is different is the name of the sponsor at the bottom. So we just want to call upon the Speaker to be able to lead this House in a manner which is equitable. We are not asking for favors. All we are asking is for us to be given an opportunity to represent our people. Today we are going to a hotel in Machakos County to be able to go and discuss our success, but there's no success if everything we are trying to do, if these members, when they are trying to debate issues, the debate is stifled. If these members, when they try to raise issues, they are not given an opportunity. We have members here who, when they try to submit on any matters, they will not give an opportunity. So we have come here to be able to demonstrate our frustration and to be able to tell the citizens that we represent that there is a crisis in this country. We are the upper house. A lot of bills will end up in court because a lot of Kenyans are out there and they are focusing on protecting devolution. Article 96 mandates us to protect devolution and also to protect counties. Now, if we cannot question a bill that has to do with housing, if the two speakers of the two houses cannot concur on that bill, on whether the matter concerns counties or not, and then the matter goes to the counties, it will affect our counties. The water bill, water is devolved. So what we are doing here is that we are trying to defend the Constitution. And that by doing so, our debate is stifled. By doing so, our leadership is kicked out of the House. So what do they expect us to do? So that is the reason why we are here today. Thank you. They can take copies.
we insist that the people out there who brought us here have a right to participate in this housing bill. And they have a right to ask questions. They have a right to also be told exactly what to expect. There must be consultation amongst all of us with the citizens. And that is why we're here in this house. So the issue of taking a shortcut, this is where a point of departure with the minority side comes in. Maybe you want to add something?
So, Jeff, they say that the minority must have their say and the majority will have their way. We stand here knowing that the people who are against devolution in this house far outnumber those who defend devolution. As the whip will tell you, in the minority side, we are only assured of 16 votes to defend devolution. But at the very minimum, the speaker must allow debate. They must allow us to represent our people by making sure that all the concerns about this bill is tabled. So when you see a situation where, instead of allowing us to have our say, the first thing the majority do during debate of a critical bill like that housing bill is to come and limit debate and say, instead of the 20 minutes that is allowable, everybody should just debate for 3 minutes. And they are just waiting to vote. So the voting is not the only thing. If you look at Article 96, it requires us to consider. Consideration of a bill does not happen during voting. No. You consider first, then debate, then you pass. So those two early stages is what we are saying are critical. During consideration of the bill, the voice of the people has to be heard. During consideration of the bill, the voice of the representatives of the people must be heard. And during debate, they must allow us, although we know we are outnumbered, and Kenyans know we are outnumbered, they must allow us to put on the record the concerns and the objections of the people of Kenya on those bills. That is not happening. That is why we are saying the stifling of debate.
There's one thing. Just one more thing about the. Let me just come sit here. Just one quick thing about the housing bill. The Senate and the National Assembly are different houses. The public participation that was done by the National Assembly does not tie to us in the Senate. Because we are considering this bill as senators and as a house we believe that it is an unconstitutional bill, we demand that there has to be public participation in the stage when we are considering this particular bill.
Okay, that's the whole story about what is happening in Parliament and why those things are coming from Parliament looking the way they are looking. People have already concluded on what needs to be passed, and so they don't want debate, they don't want questions, they want it passed. And when it reaches in the court says, no, it is not constitutional. So what is it? Why should we do work twice when we can do once and succeed at it? Na tumalize mambo. Msimamo, karibu.
Asante sana ndugu yangu Bernard kwa nafasi hii na ndugu yangu Steve hapo na wale ambao bado wanatusikiza. Warai tu ndugu zangu, kwenye utamu tunafaa show iwe imejaa hii. Sound kan dogo hapa ndio, sound kan ndi toka hapa ndio kwenye elimu yote. So tunafaa tuingie hapa katujaze kama awali ama kama zamani. Bernard, kwa kweli hawa jamaa wamenifundisha kitu kimoja. I wish wabunge pia wangefanya hivi kimasomaso mbele za wananchi, kuzungumza pale kiatu kinapokubana. I wish wabunge wangejitokeza hivi kuzungumza yale mapungufu wanayaona, kwa hiyo yakifanyiwa hatumo. Nadhani hilo ndio fundisho kubwa nililoligundua haswa kimtazamo wangu kwenye hawa mbwana. Maana mambo wameyazungumzia ni mambo ambayo yanamhusu mwananchi, ni mambo ambayo yanahusu taifa na ni sharti yafanyike. Na kama kwa kweli hakika tunatafuta walinzi wa katiba yetu mpya, hawa mabwana wako tayari kuilinda. na I wish hata wabunge wetu japo wanaitwa minority na wamekuwa majority, they could have done this, wakaacha wale mabwana wakina Ichung'wah wakafanya mambo yao yale ambao wameagizwa. Lazima mpitishe, hakuna kingine, hii kitu lazima ipite. Na hiyo sauti tu ni ndogo, lakini imefanya makubwa, ndio maana tuko katika huu mjadala leo. So mimi then, hakika hawa ndugu zangu wamenikosha, na natumani tupate viongozi zaidi, na huu wote mimi ni matunda ya baba, maana baba ameanza kukiwasha na hawa mabwana nao wanakiwasha. Na kumbuka Sifuna, kuna wakati mwingine alizungumza Edwin Sifuna kwamba tunasubiri sana haya maneno yafike kule kaunti. Kweli walikuwa wamejipanga, hongera, na wapa hongera. Hawa ndio majamaa tunawakubali. Lingine Bena nili nimpishe ndani kaka yangu hapa nani Storm pekee, ni kwamba mimi bado niko pale pale, maana tulishuhudia judiciary ikitaka kutiwa viganjani. Sasa wanaanza kujitoa. Nashukuru pia LSK kuweza kulizungumzia lile jambo kwamba hawako tayari. Muturi alilizungumzia na ni mwanasheria mkuu, mahakama imezungumzia. So tumeona sasa ni nani analazimisha piga au litakuwa. So tunavutana kati ya judiciary, yani katika executive na vitu vyote hao wengine wote, nani ana sauti, na tumegundua sauti ni moja tu. Ndio maana tulikuwa tunazungumza tudili na hii moja, na hili moja halifanywi na mtu mmoja tu ama kikundi cha watu fulani ama jamii fulani ama watu wa ngome fulani. Nao litatimilika kama Wakenya tutaungana na kusema enough is enough, we are tired. Kwa maana na wasiwasi Benadi katika moyo wangu kwamba panapokuja tutatafutwa vijisukari tulambishwe kwenye mdomo, kupotezwa maboya. Maana tayari watu wanaelewa kwamba mambo yamechafuka ground, wananchi hawana imani, na ili iregeshwe lazima tutatafutiwa sukari. Na kwa sababu ni wasaulifu wa Kenya, tutasaulishwa kabisa, kisha mwisho wa siku tutaregeshwa pale pale na zaidi. So kwa kweli baba anafanya kazi nzuri, watu wake wanafanya kazi nzuri. Tumeshuhudia magavana wake wakionyesha kwa kamavu. Nao tumeona wasenati wazazi wakizungumza la maana la msingi. So yote haya ni matunda ya baba, na mwenyewe naye amezungumzia kabisa hata ruhusu kama unaona kule kuna kufaa, nenda bwana, lakini ukijaribu tunakurejesha kwa mwananchi. Ulichaguliwa kwa chama hiki, tunakurejesha kwa mwananchi. Hivyo ndio tunataka kusafisha Kenya katika hali ya usawa. So ni mwananchi hapa naye pia ajipe msukumo. Tusisubiri mno, tumesubiri kutafuniwa wa Kenya, hatujui tujue kumeza. This time around in must wa Kenya situonyeshe effort yetu kwamba we are tired, tunataka kusafisha huu msitu. Nitaachia pale. Asante.
Asante sana msimamo, kwa huo msimamo mkali na waheshimika, kwa sababu lazima kieleweke, na kuongoza nchi hakupaswi kuwa kuna egemea upande wa kuvunja sheria. Kuwa kiongozi ni msimamishi wa sheria, ni mtu anayesisitiza kwamba sheria imesema hivi, tutafuata vile sheria imesema. Na kama vile nimesema hapa awali, nikianza mimi nitang'atuka, lakini show inaendelea. Hiyo kudorora kwa parliament hakukuanza na Kenya Kwanza, kulianza na Uhuru Ruto. Hii maneno ya pitisha yalianza 2013. Vitu zimepitishwa. Uliona vile BBI ilipita. BBI ilipita vizuri kabisa kila mahali. Kulikuwa na Super Tuesday, ilikuwa Super Wednesday ama Super Tuesday. Lakini uzuri ni kwamba ilipewa nafasi. Kila bunge lijadili, kila kaunti lijadili, lipeane msimamo wake. Hivi ya pitisha ndio inaharibu mambo. Na sasa hata utamu wa kuwa bungeni haupo. Utamu wa kutazama wabunge wakitoa hoja zao haupo. Si kama ile awali tulikuwa tunangoja ile kipindi leo katika bunge. Okay. Hakuna kitu bunge, hata ukisikiliza na uangalie mpaka ndani hivi, hakuna kinachoendelea. Kwa nini? Akili ambazo tulipeleka bunge zimefunikwa kwa chungu fulani, zinaambiwa hakuna kuongea hapa, hakuna kuchangia hapa. we kaa tu ngoja mshahara wako, tutakupatia CDF unyamaze, tutakuongeza mshahara unyamaze. So sasa wewe ulienda bunge kunyamazishwa ama ulienda bunge kutekeleza wajibu wako? Kwa hivyo Wakenya, tusiruhusu Zakayo amalizie bunge, tusukume wabunge wetu watekeleze wajibu wako wao. Yes, msimamo, kuna nini unachoma choma?
Bernard, umesema kwamba hayakuanza hapa, yameanza Uhuru Ruto, lakini tukumbuke kwamba Uhuru Ruto nayo ina sampuli mbili. 2013 iko na mfumo miwili, kuna 2013 2017 na 2017 2022. Lazima tuangalie hiyo tofauti. So kama kulikuwa na pitisha between the year 2013 up to 2017, that's what we are now. Ndio kitu tunaangalia, tunashuhudia. Nani anapitisha? Nani alikuwa tayari kwamba mimi ndio kusema, mahakama nikisema funga huyu utafunga, bunge nikisema pitisha hii utapitisha. Na yakifanyika yote, si kwamba alifanya tuko kwenye usingizi wa Kenya, tulikuwa macho haswa, tunatazama kwa macho yetu. Ndio siku nyingine nilikuwa na ndugu yangu hapa nikasema kwani hizi sindano zetu ama? Kwa hiyo nitaacha hapa, ndugu yangu pekee atamalizia.
Sawa sawa, asante sana. Mnakumbuka ile msemo wa James Orengo, revolution eats its own children. Nakumbuka Murkomen walipitisha zile sheria zilikuwa za security laws mbio. So baadaye anasema ana regret kwamba alipitisha hizo sheria. Kwa nini? Alishinikizwa zipite mara moja. Lazima bunge lifanye kazi yake, na kazi yake ya kwanza ni kulinda wananchi, sio kwenda huko kuwa kutumika kama rubber stamp. And hii tutaendelea kwa chokora mpaka amtekeleze wajibu wenu ipasavyo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I bring in Stony PK to give his views about what we are debating, I want us to remember we are still at 30% of our paying bills. Let's do something about it. And then, of course, ensure that you use the details available. We have shared that details is now in public domain. And in case you missed any of them, the information is pinned on the comment section on both our YouTube channels. So get those details and respond as soon as possible. And then also I would want to report, I'm needed in the village. We have lost our auntie, the follower sister to my mother. And so I'll be traveling the day after tomorrow. And that means we may have some hiccups on the broadcast, but I want to make a plan so that the show will go on unhindered. So over the burial is on Friday, I think Friday the 8th. And so I'll travel on Thursday, go and attend to that family matter. And when I'm done, I'll be back. So Kinashadizo and team will take charge. All I request from all of us is let's cooperate, let's secure the channel, let's focus. We are here to see to it that the country remains sober and the direction is clear for everyone. And so kesho ndo nitakuwa nafikiria kipindi cha mwisho na nyinyi kabla nisafiri kwenda kumstiri huyo namuita mama yangu, the follower sister to my mother. She passed on and we need to go and give her a befitting send-off. So kesho ndio tutakujia sadaka ya matanga. Saa hii tulipe bills kwanza. Naona Reverend Lala naye amekuja. Naomba tumakinike hivyo. But when I say cooperate means it doesn't matter who is moderating. Let the show flow. Let make people understand. Okay? You too. That's the whole essence of this show. We are not even competing with any channel. What we want is that people coming here will get credible information, will understand what is going on, and will take a position that is well informed. The other channels are free to do whatever they are doing because hiyo ni mwito wao. Mwito wetu ni kuelewesha Wakenya, Wakenya waelewe vizuri, wachague. Na hiyo ndio demokrasia. We can't choose for them. They should understand. Tunawaambia Sakae ni hivi, Sakae ni hivi, Sakae ni hivi. Chagueni. Ndio nasema na nitarudia tena. Kama 2027 Mkenya yeyote ataenda kwa booth apigie kura Zakayo. Mimi na Mungu yangu, okay? Nitawekea mikono. Okay? Na nisisikie kilio. Na hiyo ndio preaching na ubiri hapa na bebwa na watu wa bodaboda. Ukinibeba hawezi kushuka mpaka uniambie Zakayo anaendeleaje, utampatia kura yako 2027. Akisema ndio, tunaachana naye na mlipa. Lakini namwambia nisisikie kilio. Kama ni kulipa 50 bob na kulipa 50, usiniambie uchumi kwa nini umechagua. So if Kenyans will still go back and ile mipa tunataka kutoa kwa mguu yao, wanataka kujirudishia, watalia wenyewe. So that is why we're here. Let's make Kenyans understand what's going on so that they can adjust and understand, of course, and apply themselves. So Stony PK, karibu, and then karibu Reverend Lala. Mimi nitawacha kwa mikono ya kina Shadizo na Douglas leo wako. Si mimi nimekuwa hapa weekend mzima peke yangu. Kwanza mimi napaswa kupewa leave, lakini tutaongea hiyo kesho. Asante lakini. So karibu Stony PK, then Reverend Lala, Shadizo atakuwa dereva mpaka tamati. Asante lakini.
Asante Bernard, na pole sana for the loss of your mama mdogo. Tunaombea roho yake iwe mahali pema peponi, and let's talk about that tomorrow. Take heart. Hiyo ni mambo tu ya dunia. We always say all of us are headed there. It's never easy, but we have to just bear. Yeah, coming back to mjadala, before I start my mjadala, jambo Reverend, jambo bro. Ni nani? Steven. Oh, Steve, vipi? Ulikuwa umepotea kidogo. Na huyu mwingine ako pale ni nani? Msimamo. Haya. Sasa actually I wanted to come a little bit later to the show, but nikaona clip moja Bernard ameweka hapo. This one of our senators lamenting. For me, I'm annoyed, and I'm annoyed. I've always been annoyed. I'm annoyed since the day Azimio became minority and we accepted it. The day we were conned and people continued. I think I was the first here, and I hate saying I'm the first. Of course, there could have been somebody else. But I said on this channel that if these guys really feel the way they are saying they are feeling today, if they felt the way they are saying they are feeling today, Ruto would not be the president of that country. So this is all in vipindi too. For me, it's not even touching me. I mean, it's just angering me. It's annoying me. For how long and they are admitting, they are saying now there are 16 who can support what Mwananchi doesn't want. Yeah, Sauti ya Mwananchi is represented by 16, if I heard right. That is only 16 who can stand with Mwananchi. Only 16 senators will stand with 50 plus million Kenyans. 12 plus or almost 18 plus voters, for example, million. I mean, what are we talking about here, my brothers who are in the panel? Tunaongea nini? Yani tunasema, sasa, they want to put things on record. Is that of any benefit to Kenyans? Really? If what they are saying, absolutely, they are none. Actually, they are non-existent in parliament. They have been assumed. They are thwarted outright. Thwarted outright. So, ndugu zangu, for me, if it was me, Stone PK, I would just resign and go back to Mwananchi nimwambie sasa kule umenituma, I'm useless. I mean, that is it. Tuache kizungu mingi, tuache, unajua, again, I hate something that we have in our blood. Waiting to see. This is 2 years now, Ruto is in power. What are we waiting to see? We are even waiting to see 2027. We are jokers. Akia Mungu, Reverend Wenda, I think you should go go fast for like a week. I don't know what you are going to do to try and get the answers about us. We are talking of 2027 when Ruto doesn't care. When these laws are going and then we are saying they'll go to kwa koti. What will they do in the courts? Somebody mutanijibu both in comments. Yes, koti itakataa. And then koti imekataa vitu mingi, but Ruto is undeterred. Ruto is hell-bent. Ruto, by the way, Ruto does not exist in where these Kenyans of goodwill are existing. Oh, let's pray God. Oh, the court will stop it. Oh, 2027. Wandai now is saying Honorable William Ruto signed the agreement. Honorable. I mean, really, I'm short of words. In summary, what I'm trying to say, it would be very easy if these people walked out. I know they want to continue earning their salary. Then they are cheating. They are cheating us. So they are the same as Ruto. Earning when you are not, you have no output. You debate what you know will not pass, and then mwisho wa mwezi unapata salary and you start crying to the mwananchi, oh, you see, we have done our bit. Now, so what do you want us to do? What do these guys want us to do? Shadizo, karibu sana. Hawa watu wanataka tufanye nini ambaye hatujafanya? Tulitoka maandamano, tukapigwa marisasi, alright? Tukawaambia watoke na tusirudi nyumbani, wakatuambia tutoke tupike na turudi nyumbani. So Ruto screwed us. Then what do they want? In fact, I feel like switching off from these TVs totally. Honestly. It is sad. It is sad. If they really mean it, let them walk out. Let Ruto run the country with his sycophants. And then we know our Azimio team resigned. That's what we do in management. When you can't perform anything in any organization, you tender a resignation letter because you feel you are not party to that crap. That is what a gentleman does. And it doesn't matter whether unaenda kufa njaa or not. In fact, can we organize to be changiering these senators? They resign today and we organize and changa to be paying them their salaries. Other than coming to tell us there is nothing they can do. It is there in broad daylight. Whether people want to be, we are a constitution, or it will be put on record, or the minority have their say. Those was all crap. So that minority say, what will it help mwananchi with? Tuache hii mambo. Hizi zote tunafanya ni ujinga. Yote. There is nothing here to say then we are imagining 2027 route oh my God. My God, it is too much. I mean, it's crazy. It is totally crazy. If people have accepted Ruto 1, then they should be there. People will vote for Ruto still. People will have votes from his Kalenjin tribe. And then that Kalenjin vote will be, though you will add 1 or 2 zeros. And he will be pronounced the president. Yes, he gets 3 million from his Kalenjin nation, and then he will do what? He will add 1 before 3. He will have gotten 13 million, more even than voters. What will you do? Go to court. Then what will you do in court? You give hot air. My sum total, my answer to ile maneno ninasemaga ni dash dash dash. Shauri yenyu. Back to you, Shadizo, and your people.
Thank you Son Pigi. Hata kama leo nimepewa watu wangu. My people. Leo mananzio kwa watu wangu. I really appreciate everyone on the panel. I miss you the long weekend. But today we are back kama kawa.
Hao watu wako Shadizo nimeona wanazidi kuhold. Sorry, let me clarify. Shadizo
bwana.
Ngoja msimamo. Watu wake
unatukosea mkuu bwana. Watu wake akina nani?
Si ndio nakuelezea, si unauliza uelezewe ni watu gani?
Naona unataka kuruka tayari na upande mwenye njoo na kusubiri sasa.
Sasa unaona unakuwa Mkenya ambaye si hana nini. Nimesema Shadizo na watu wake. Ama ningesema Shadizo na the elected leader wake. Wale bado they have hopes. Sound can't talk still hope with these senators, with these MPs. Hao ndio watu wake. I know wewe huwezi kuwa, but watu wake ni hao wanatuandaa.
Wewe unaenda unabaki na watu wako. Na hapa kumebaki Mzee Lala na Msimamo na Steve. Sasa ina maana sisi ndio watu wake. Tuambiane ukweli. Anyway, hiyo endelea Shadizo, hamna shida. Huyu ni mkubwa wangu, lazima sometimes nitie utashi kidogo. Samahani kwa kuchukua huo muda.
Asante sana kwa kunikaribisha. Leo mmenikaribisha na ubaya. Yaani weekend sijui nilikosea wapi. Lakini nawashukuru wote, nashukuru Lala na kuona pale Steve kama kawaida. I appreciate people on the comment section wamefurahia, wanasema happy to see you once more time. I appreciate to see people on the comment section once more time. And with me inside the studio niko na Dagi mwenyewe. Dagi tusabai kwanza ndio tuendelee.
Hello Shadizo. Hello everybody. Glad to see you again. It's been a long weekend. You can see kuna Lala, Steven, Stony PK, Simamo. Hope you guys are doing good. Let's have the debate, although mlikuwa mshaanza. And everybody else on the comment section, thank you for tuning in. Thank you.
Thank you. Wacha tukaendelee. Ni tulikuwa hapa wamesimama Stone PK amenisema watu wangu, ndo wenye wako Kenya tutafanya aje sasa? Wanakaa kama wapo, hawayupo. Okay, inaleta kizaazaa kidogo, lakini sijui tunaweza ibalance aje ndio ionekane kwamba kuna viongozi, lakini inaonekana tuna viongozi ambao majukumu inaenda ikiwalemea. Wafuatikelezi kile ambacho kiliwapeleka kule kwa bunge. Na mimi naona hii shida yote kicha kwanza mimi nalaumu mwananchi. Naona mwananchi kuna part ambayo mwananchi asimame na msimamo wake. Na pengine pia mimi naona na wenye walienda huko walienda kwa sababu ya mwananchi. Wengi wao walienda huko kwa sababu ya haja zangu. Nilitafuta kazi niingie pale ili nitimize haja zangu. Sasa ataenda ili mradi tu. Yaani kuna juzi nilisema kwamba unaona mbwa ufuata ule mtu ambaye ako na mfupa. Siku zote yule ambaye ana mfupa ndiye yule mbwa atafuata. Na unaona hapo kwa serikali unakuta yule ambaye ana mfupa anang'ang'ana kuchukua mfupa awe nao, anajua mbwa itafuata huo mfupa. Sasa wanajaribu kuchukua mfupa, wanaonesha Senate inafuata mfupa. Inasahau kazi ilikuwa kufanya nini? Kulinda. Ama ilikuwa kazi kutetea wananchi na kushughulikia maslahi ya wananchi. Tunaanza kufuata mfupa, tunasahau nini? Jukumu letu tupeleka mahali pale. Mimi naona hapo ndio penye tatizo zinakuja. Kwa kuchagua viongozi wasiokuwa na wasiohitimu ama wasiofika ile kiwango cha kubali kwamba tumekubali kuongoza. Tumeenda kwa sababu ya minajili yetu wenyewe, kwa sababu ya roho zetu na kwa sababu ya vile sisi tunataka. Mimi ni hali imenipeleka huko, ni connection imenipeleka huko, lazima nitimize kile kilifanya nini? Ili nipeleka huko. So nakuta mwisho wa siku tutapata tunalia vitu kama hizi, na wako na haki ya kusimama na kusema kuna ABCD na iishe hivyo. Kwanza uliona video yenye Bernard anacheza na tumuona vile kumekuwa. Nakuta mswada unatoka, unaletwa bungeni. Wabunge wanasema kwamba mswada umepita. Ama mswada unapitishwa. bado unakuta una hitilafu mahali fulani, yani kuna watu ambao wanaupinga. Na kwa kweli sheria inasema kama kuna mswada ambao una swali ama una tashishi kidogo mahali, haufai kuruhusiwa kufanya kazi hadi kwa bunge yafikiane na pia seneti ifanye nini, yafikie. Lakini ukipata tunafika mahali ambapo sasa hata tungojii bunge waafikiane, seneti yaifikia hawafikiani, lakini tunapitisha huo mswada, kumaanisha kwamba sasa imetoka kwa nia ya seneti na wabunge, kwa bunge na seneti imerudi kwa nini kama ile ya mtu binafsi, imerudi kama ile ya kitambo ya mfalme amesema, na mfalme kama amesema ni hivyo, hakuna kumkataza na hakuna kuenda kinyume na sheria ya mfalme. Umesahau kwamba tulitoka kwa hiyo ukoloni, lakini bado mnataka kuturudisha kwa ukoloni ambao mimi husema kwa ni ukoloni mambo leo. Ni kama tulishatoka kwa ukoloni, lakini tuko na ukoloni mwingine ambao bado tu unatukumba mpaka sasa hivi. Sasa unaona hiyo dhana inajitokeza. Kwa hiyo hali unakuta sasa huyu mtu ama wabunge ama watu wa seneti, kama vile nani amesema, mpaka anaita watu wangu. Yes, sijakataa ni viongozi ambao wananiongoza mimi sasa hivi, lakini sasa shida ni kwamba ama swala kuu ni hili kwamba nini ilimpeleka pale kwa kiti. Ukitazama hiyo nini ambayo ilimpeleka pale kwa kiti, ndio unaona inaleta shida mingi sana. Sasa unakuta wengi wetu tutazidi kulaumiana kusema ati wanasema hivi, kusema ndio watasimama kusema juu sababu watasema ili Wakenya muwaonee huruma, lakini kusema kweli uko na hakika hawatatekeleza kile walikisema. Kama mtu anasema kwamba naona njia mnaenda mkipotoka, ni heri mimi nitoke badala ya kuwafuata. Kweli atasimama na huo msimamo ama atashawishika? Ndio ndo tatizo ambalo tuko nalo. Wengi wetu tunawashawishika haraka kwa mambo hata yasiyo. Kwa msingi hata mambo mengine hayana msingi, lakini kwa tumeshawishika. Na hiyo ndio tatizo kuu tunapitia kama Wakenya, na ndio tatizo linakumba viongozi wetu. Sasa wanaleta hili swala, lakini unakuta kweli hili swala hata kama mnalileta kama swala dogo, ama mnaleta kuonekana kwamba Wakenya waonee huruma, lakini kusema kweli, tuulizane tu kweli, pale ambapo Wakenya walitekeleza kile walichokutuma. Stone pekee anauliza swali tu rahisi, na mimi kuna siku hata niliwauliza tu. Stone pekee ameuliza tumefanya hivi, alafu nika kusema nimeenda shule na nimefanya mtihani, alafu mtu atakuuliza alafu. Kutoka hapo hiyo swali linafanya nini? Imeisha. Hatutaki kusema hiyo alafu imefika wapi, hatutaki kusikia ukweli. Tunataka tujilinde na uongo, kuzuia emotional damage. Lakini kusema kweli tunakuta kuna kitu tunaficha, na hiyo mambo ambayo tunaficha yenye tunaacha kwa dilema kwamba alafu sasa tunajijazia wenyewe maneno, tunasema sijui tuna mipango, tuna nini, kisha baadaye yanakuja yanalipuka. Sasa hiyo alafu inakuacha na kinywa wazi. Sasa unakuta hii alafu sasa ikisha kuacha na kinywa wazi, tunafanya nini tena? Tunaanza kulaumiana tena. Hiyo ndio tatizo wenye Kenya tuko nayo. Hatutaki ku excuse kitu, tunataka tufarijiane na uongo badala ya kuambiana ukweli, ituume kama kawaida ama kama vile ukweli huwa, lakini tupate solution. Zaidi ya kudanganya na uongo, tufunikane na uongo na tukose solution kabisa. Hiyo ndio tatizo kubwa ambalo tuko nalo kwa Kenya. Tunaeli tufarijike na uongo, lakini tusiambiane ukweli. Na hiyo ndio tatizo kubwa. Mimi nimekuja kuona.
Okay, in the spirit of truth telling, I know my view is different, and I will be bashed probably for voicing it. But before I give my view, there's a video nilikuwa nataka urudie kucheza. Sijui kama itakuwa possible before I argue out my point. There's a video ile ya Raila akimake some remarks to Azimio. Itakuwa ngumu, but I think everybody on the show had watched that video. Raila, you know, telling MPs, like telling the MPs they should like do what the party has said, what the party had agreed on. You know, they should do what the party wants them to do. And I think that's the problem right there. Not just with the people in government, but also the opposition. The problem is our politics. because as Okia Umtata put it, he said that parliamentarians are like mashed potatoes. You just unawakoroga too and they go with the flow. I think the problem is our politics. Parliament, people are supposed to go there because the people we put in parliament, we expect that are people with good brains, right? But sasa wakienda pale, it's like they don't use their minds. So our laws are not made in parliament. They are decided outside. There are people outside parliament who influence the decisions of parliament. So even when they are there, they're just wasting time. But their vote has already been decided by an outside force. So our laws are not made in parliament. They are decided outside by party leaders and stuff. So even if the opposition was the majority in parliament, we wouldn't still be seeing debate, so to speak, in parliament because they're just yes men. You belong to a certain party, you're supposed to go to parliament, and parliament is supposed to take their stand, and you're supposed to stick with that stand. I'm not pushing for that bill, so to speak. I'm just pushing for the fact that when Pasaris is from Azimio, right? But she supported the bill. I'm not supporting that she supported the bill. I'm just saying that it's a good thing that she used her mind. Alisema, I see the good in this thing, so I'm going to support it. It is, no matter the fact that the party does not support it and the party doesn't want me to support it, but I'm going to do it because I believe it's good for the people who put me in parliament. And I wish more parliamentarians will do that from UDA. They would have the courage to go to parliament and just use their brains. That's basically my whole point of argument. I wish people in parliament actually used their brains to read those bills and take their own stand and not just go with the flow. You belong to a certain party, so you're supposed to vote a certain way. So from where I see it, those laws are not made in parliament. They are decided outside parliament. And that's the problem with our parliament. That's the problem, our politics. And how we've chosen to, the things that we have chosen to be comfortable with. Yeah, that's my take.
Wacha mimi nichokoe naye ni Stone PK. Stone PK, kuja kwanza tuambiane ukweli. Hawa watu ambao tunapeleka bungeni wanalipwa pesa ngapi? Na tunawalipa kufanya nini? Na wanalipwa kufanya nini? Wacha niwaoneshe hiyo, ndio nikuje nipe Steve chance na nipe pia tena msimamo chance tuzungumze.
Sasa tuangalie mbunge wako. Wewe mtazamaji unamlipa zaidi ya shilingi 800,000 kila mwezi kama mshahara wake. Kando na shilingi 400,000 kama mishahara pekee, idadi hiyo inaongezwa hadi inafikia 800,000 kupitia marupurupu mbalimbali. Mtazamaji, vile vile kando na mshahara huo pia unamlipa marupurupu kadhaa. Mfano, mbunge hupata marupurupu ya nyumba ya shilingi 70,000 za Kenya ya majukumu, ikiwa ni majukumu yale ambao yuko nayo katika eneo bunge lake, ikiwa ni shilingi 50,000 kila mwezi. Vikao vya bunge, yani kila anapokaa bungeni kila siku, wakati ambapo wanatakana wanalipwa shilingi 5,000. Kwa mfano ataingia mara moja au mara kadhaa kwa wiki, na pesa hizo zinaingia kulingana na vile ambavyo wameingia. Vile vile kuna marupurupu ya burudani mtazamaji, shilingi 60,000. Kumbuka pia kuna wale ambao wanashiriki katika kamati mbalimbali ambazo kikao kimoja kukaa tu na kusikiza yanayotolewa katika kamati ile huwa analipwa shilingi 20,000, kando na marupurupu mengine ambayo hulipwa. Vile vile mtazamaji, kuna baadhi ya wabunge wetu ambao huwa wanashikilia nyadhifa mbalimbali, ikiwemo mwenyekiti wa kamati mbalimbali za bungeni. Mwenyekiti wake basi hulipwa shilingi 20,000 kama marupurupu ya kikao kimoja kwa siku. Naibu wake hupata shilingi 15,000 kila kikao, huku kamati ndogo zikipewa shilingi 12,500 na wanachama wake wakienda nyumbani na shilingi 10,000 kila mmoja wao kama marupurupu ya kukaa kusikiza hoja hizo. Basi baadaye huwa wabunge hao kushiriki katika vikao hivyo mbalimbali, kando na kutekeleza majukumu yao bungeni na hata maeneo bunge, mwisho wa mwezi yani hulipwa zaidi ya shilingi 800,000 kama mishahara yao. Mtazamaji,
tunalipa mtu hiyo pesa yote anapata kutoka kwa ushuru yenu, lakini kila anaenda kuwakilisha ni hakuna. Wacha tuanze kusikiza kutoka kwa msimamo.
Asante sana ndugu yangu, mdogo wangu hapo Shadizo, kaka yangu hapo Douglas na brother PK na pia brother Steve hapo na wale wengine wote. Kwanza nakubaliana na Stone PK kwa jambo moja. Sawa, mmeyazungumza haya, lakini nini haswa? Je, mtaendelea kula mshahara na kutulalamikia ama mtajiuzulu ili kuonyesha uzalendo wa taifa kwamba ni watetezi wa kweli, kwamba hata huu mshahara haunifai kutokana na haya madini ninayowapitia hapa, kwamba nahitaji kumtetea mwananchi lakini sipewi nafasi. So the only way wa hawa kweli hapa wanaungana mkono kwamba wajiuzulu, kuonyesha uzalendo tu, then wananchi ndio watazinduka zaidi. Lakini vile vile pia nitakubaliana na wewe Shadizo kwamba makosa mengine ni ya mwananchi, na ni ya mwananchi vipi tunayaona, lakini bado tumekaa na akili zetu za kutengamana. Hata kama hafai lakini ni wetu, hata kama hafai yupo ndani ya serikali, hata kama hafai lakini si mtoto wetu jamani. Ili mradi awe ndani ya serikali, jamii imekuwa represented, imewakilishwa pale, na ndio maana hapa tunakuta tunavutana miaka nenda miaka rudi. Huyu akichukua kigongo nampasia kigongo mwingine, mwingine akichukua kigongo nampasia mgongo mwingine. Imekuwa pinyu sana kwa mtu mwingine haswa kutoka eneo lingine kuweza kuchukua kigongo kile. So hali kama hii imetupelekea katika matatizo. Wananchi tumeona mengi ambayo tulikuwa tunafaa kuyakemea hata mwanzo wa hii regime, hata tulivyopiga kura. Kwanza tungeng'ang'ana na kura yetu ina usemi debeni. Ndio awali nilizungumza haya mapema nikiingia hapa kwamba je, kura yetu ina usemi debeni? Na kama haina usemi debeni, na akina nani wanatunyima haki yetu? So tulipoitwa kwa maandamano tungeweza kuonyesha, tungeweza kujitoa, lakini kwa sababu ya ngome ya mtu wetu hatujatoka kikamilifu, ndio maana tunapitia haya. Kwa hiyo wabunge wamemezwa na wengine wamemezwa, kama hapa hawa mawaziri wa hii serikali wamemezwa. Nimeona comment fulani kwamba barabara za mchanga ndo ambazo zinadumu na yani nimeona comment kama hiyo kwa waziri wa barabara kwamba barabara za mchanga ndizo zinazofaa zaidi kwa sababu hazina ajali nyingi, lakini barabara za lami endapo zitajengwa nasi tujiandae kwa maajali chungu nzima, utepetevu ambao tunauona, na mwisho wa siku waziri yule akija haswa kwenye kijiji mnapigia makofi. So wananchi tumekuwa tukidaiwa, tukidanganywa kama alivyozungumza Shadizo, na uongo uliofananishwa kuwa na ukweli, na ndio maana tumejipata katika hii hali. So sisi wenyewe ndio tuna hatima ya nchi. Je, tunataka nchi imarike ama tunataka tuisambaratishe? Sisi ndio wenye kujenga nchi na ndio wenye kuwa nchi kama wananchi. Na ndio maana mimi mara nyingi nikizungumza yote huwa narudi kwa mwananchi mwenzangu hasa kumweleza haya yote hata hayatufikia hapa. Lengo ni nini? Ubovu kwa wapi? Ubovu ni kwamba hatushikamani. Ni kweli ni kama nyoka, tuna sumu kali, mtu tukimuua hapa hapo anakufa. Lakini sasa unapomkuta nyoka ni mmoja, lakini ndipo tutakuta nyoka 10 kwa mpigo na wamesimama, huyu naye anakuja hivi, huyu anakuja hapa, kaliki hapa, kuna mtu anasimama. So wananchi tungekuwa na huo mfano kwamba tukizungumza tunazungumza na kauli moja, na hili liwe pia tupate viongozi kwa kila jamii wanaosimamisha na kweli, na tukubaliane na wao, tuachane na hawa wenye kutuhadaa. Kunichimbia boholi hajamaanisha kwamba ukanipitishia mswada wa Levy. Kunipa pesa basari hapa ya CDF haimaanishi ukanipitishie mswada bungeni wa kutoza ushuru hadi mfukoni mwangu haswa kama maskini. kunijengea shule hapa na pesa CDF haitoshi. Endapo bungeni pale utanipishia mswada usionikuwa na tija kwangu wa kuniumiza. So it's like tunachezwa mchezo hapa na viongozi hawa tunaita wanasiasa, na ili hili tulikomeshe hili ni tuungane, tuseme enough is enough. Tunahitaji Kenya ya wanaokuja pia waishi katika hali nzuri, na wakati wa kupigania ni wakati huu ambao viongozi wa hali hii wanaoikandamiza Kenya kwa kutafuta uongozi kwa milango ambayo na kwa njia zote ambazo si za haki. Tumewapata katika msitu mmoja. Shadizo, kama unakumbuka, nasema nyani huyu sasa hivi yuko jangwani hapa, tusimruhusu arudi mitini. Kipindi fulani nilizungumza hiyo kauli papa hapa, kwa hawa watu wamejiunga pamoja. Ni wakati wa kusema enough is enough. Sometimes viongozi hawezi zidisha zaidi, wanatafuna mwananchi umalize, lakini umaliziaji wetu kama Wakenya, je, upo? Je, tuna uwezo wa kukataa ama tunasubiri mbunge ama kiongozi atufanyie yote? Jukumu letu kama wananchi ni lipi hadi taifa tunaelekea mali linaelekea? Mimi Shadizo sina mengi, langu ni la Wakenya tu. Yote haya ni kwa ajili ya Kenya, tumeyapanda wenyewe, tumeyakubali wenyewe, na tumekataa kuziba ufa. Kwa tujipange, tujenge ukuta, na kama tutakataa hili basi tuamue. Tumekuchagua na chama hiki, unaenda unaruka chama kingine. Nani kakupa ruhusa? Na ulituambia ahadi na tukakupa maneno yetu. Basi tunakubali mtu anachaguliwa na ODM, anaenda anaingia chama kingine, huko kwa huko anarudi na sera zingine si zile ambazo alikuwa nazo mwanzo, na bado tunampigia makofi kwa sababu amekuja na CDF. So natamaushwa sana ndugu yangu, nitaachia pale kwanza nipate kumeza mate kiasi. Ndugu yangu Steve, sije nikampoteza zaidi. Nitakuwa hapa Shadizo leo, siondoki.
Steve, acha nisikize Steve. Steve, kama wasomi tusaidieni.
Asante sana msimamo. Nilikuwa nadhani mzalendo. Unajua ubaya ya Kenya haina inaitwa nini? The problem of Kenya is material molds, because I define it in sociology. It means that people love money for the sake of money. For example, you are giving us what they are getting. Even the government does not have a budget. Budget is like, oh, you have a wife and you are now making a budget, and you're anticipating that you're going to get money next month. I'm telling you, the government does not have money. A budget defined is that you anticipate, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. And then you know the sector which will bring it to fruition so that it can work. Look what you are giving us. Our MP, not even money. He should respect the people who welcome him to that parliament. 100, I don't know, 100, 800, 400. What is money? Selling your people in terms of money. You cannot buy people with money. Okay, for example, even that 800, 400 allowance they are getting from the Kenyans. Again, they are telling us at when they're at home, They are like social workers at home. Everybody has to they are going there to drink uji. When you meet somebody, I don't understand whether these MPs, everybody is dying in their constituency. Niko kwa matanga every day. I will pay this. They are like social workers. It's like Kenya has become like a social society. Kenya is a capitalist society. Whatever small you have, respect what people give you. Like these guys who went, I don't know, they jumped ship. So they think maybe they thought Ruto was going to give them more than, but 800, 400. That one, if you add it up, it's around 800,000. Another 400,000 is a lot of money from your people. Some of them do not even have those people. Yeah? And then they like these guys from Wajir, because I worked in Wajir. Yeah? They are the first people who abandoned Azimio. They went the other side. So I don't know whether now they are getting more money than whatever. But if all said and done, MPs, we were talking before you came, Douglas Shadizo. I like your interjection. These people, don't give them the time, not even the luxury. These people are thugs. MPs of Kenya, they have turned with thugs. Nowadays, you take money like this, you go there, you abuse this person, you turn again, you abuse the other one, another one. Yeah. Imagine. And also, what is the problem here is those mothers there. They are spending their money in tax. Now here they are going even to bring, it's called what, the commodity tax, housing levy. I don't know, even if you park, if you have cars, when you park somewhere in there in Nairobi where I was born, somebody will come there, this is a tax, give us tax. What is that nonsense? And this thing now working with the avocado in Central. Let me talk about that, because I listen to it very carefully. Where there is no formal, there are some, let KRA be warned properly. Where there is no formal trade, there cannot be taxed. Okay? The government role is to give people conducive atmosphere so that they can live in that country, not to choke them. Yeah. Imagine a mother there, when you go to the market with the avocado from Central, and is charged. What about the middlemen in between? They are charged. What about the exports? Dollar is going down. Yeah, because those things are not going to be exported. Some of them, when they reach there in Jomo Kenyatta Airport, they are rotten. Surely. Which means it's a waste after waste and a waste and a waste. There's nothing they are saying that this is like art tax during colonial eras, where even if you have one tax, a small one tax, the colonial tell you, give us some money. Yeah. True story. How can, and also look at the people at your Kali, border. I don't know at the bottom up. Ruto, I'm telling you, Douglas, the other day I told you, Ruto, you should not be apologetic to him. He's armchair. He was telling us, oh, in that, you remember that forum? I was listening to it, where, I don't know, Benin came. At no president has been invited in US. And there, Obama is there. My brother is there. Surely. Was Obama not a president? He's not there, and he's a Kenya. That's a lie. And then you remember the state visit of Uko. Yeah, that was a state visit. And many others. Even Tomboya. Yeah, those are big people. So Ruto is a friend of liars. I don't know his house. More liars. He lied that nobody has been, this now a state visit. He's telling a pastor. I don't know whether that is a pastor or that was just another icon of liars. Yeah. It annoyed me too much. And that is the start of the story. And he was in the embassy of America. How many embassies have you seen? Sadiso, we told you, if this is how they treat Kenya, I told you one day that we are going to close those embassies. We have rights yeah, because they are confusing Kenyans. I've come from embassy of so what? A businessman like him. The embassy of US, that lady is a businessman. I don't know business women. I don't know how they call them there. Me, I'm in UK. Lying there, I came here, and now I'm the first one to be invited in the US. Hey, I was like, this guy is a liar. Even if you have a Bible, you read what Benin was reading, you put the Bible down. You say, hey, this is how you know, Kenya, there are a lot of satanics. True story. Kenya, it's like time of Moi. We used to have free mansion there. The country was going bad. And Ruto is a student of Moi. Ruto, he was from where? From University of Nairobi, Chiromo, from Batonist class. Yeah, we told him you don't even inherit any leadership, even in the university. And that Karoli Omondi, yeah, we told them no. We gave the one to Kenyatta University. And those times we were calling them Bush universities. Because we knew that Ruto is a thief. He stole from Moi. He has been stealing. You remember this 50 with Girongo? All that money, Ruto was stealing it when Moi was asleep. Because Moi did not have a wife. Yeah, he was stealing it. I have real story. You chose a thief. That's why I told you those are armchair leaders. Now I believe there are no leaders. It's only leadership we need. And if it's not from the youth, I don't know Kenya, how it will go. Because the people like Ruto, somebody is getting a lot of money. Okay, for example, even in a year, whose mother there, including my mom, or whose mom there, has received even 100 consolidated, put in a pillow, even if you want to die with money. 100 only, 1,000. Who? And you give them money, they come and lie, and we want those policies to run. And you see, let me now respond to this, what their work. Their work is only 3. Oversight, representation, and legislation. The legislature in Kenya has failed in legislation. Why? Because the constitution is big. It's like a big book. So they are the one to put them in acts. If you go to law school, acts number this, acts number this, that is the work of the politicians, not the parliamentarians. And now, when you hear, they cannot even discuss in a debate. I put the number, put the yes and no. Surely, is that parliament? The upper house is supposed to oversight the governors particularly. That's why if they pass this bill of the housing, it will be very erroneous in English, because those lands belong to the 47 counties. Me, I come from county of Migori. Yeah, that's my land. And those counties, there is nothing called government land there. In Kenya, we have trust lands, we have government state lands, private owned. So where are they going to build this land, these houses? And then they're coming, they are demolishing this. This was a government. Was. By what about now? And when you go to those registries of lands, they have destroyed all those files. In Kenya, if they tell you that there is something electronics at ebook, another one at legislation, at everything now is digital. Nothing. Those files they have destroyed. Now they are bringing another one. You remember they are bringing something called the tax on the road by Murkomen. We realized when I was in Kenya that they banned the file, if you don't know. And then they complain. They know those monies. They are taking it. Now you see, now they are bringing it out. We refused it. In Kenya devolution, we knew what we were doing. We refused one central government to take more money from the people. We decentralized. That time we call it decentralization. We are decentralizing. It became devolution. If you can remember, we have very tough people there, like Mai. Yeah. This is what I say. We said Chitere, my professor from Luyaland. We have Abila, professor. We have Muga, professor. All of us, we were in conduit, in one accord. That devolution has to work. The last one I'm telling you is now that all the time, those devolution, they should be in consolidated funds. not controlled by treasury, such that is like electronics. Yeah, you are young people, you know. Every tax taken, every financial year taken, it should go direct, not coming at today. So State House at 290, I don't know, billion. Surely, how many counties to get that? If it was 335 billion. So why and it was last year. Now, which means the year 2022, 2024, 2022, 2023. The only money we saw, and it was coming from the house of State House, which is your house, was only 290. Surely, how are people going to even the salaried from the counties? Yeah, be serious. That's why sometimes I agree. Stone PK, Kenya should be disbanded. But you see, now again, we are telling you this. We are dialectics. Kenya, what we'll do is this. Because when change, some people there, they don't want change in Kenya. Some people are refusing. Some people are accepting. So the dynamics will have to change. So everybody come with your own party. Come with your own party to tell us that you can do all this nonsense here. Yeah, because if like for
Steve,
example,
sorry for interruption, but can I ask a question a little bit? So you say that we have to take another dimension, or we have to take another path. But what do you feel if everyone come up with a new party? This shows that now we are weakening the nation so much than having the unity. Because if I come up with my own party, Douglas come with his own party, who will support another?
No. Yeah. You are right. Okay. Let me answer you that part. We say that society will go as a concern. Individual come and go. Don't say it's a theory, it's true. But also the society, Kenya, has what is called ethos. What binds them together? The value of the nation Kenya. I can see you. I don't know whether you ate or you didn't even drink something. We are telling you the truth. We are not telling you that's not disunity. Disunity comes that the people are not happy. The people are being like now the taxes. Yeah, that's what is going to bring disunity. Yeah, because if you cannot pay, the judiciary has said they don't want that. The employees, the employers, yeah, division. But party, what we are telling you is this. Party is ideology of people. Yeah, it's called congregation of other people to come together in one ideology. Like this, for example, the civil society. Why are they called civil society? For example, why are they called civil society? There are many faith-based, CBOs, NGOs. Yeah, but they are called the lawyers, the church, and what have you, the human rights activists. These are all civil society. They are in one group. Whatever, okay, you ask me that this one will bring disunity. Disunity is not literally as you take it. Disunity means that we don't belong together. Okay? But okay, for example, we belong like a territory. Kenya, for example. Yeah. Regionality, regions. Yeah. We belong there. We care. Central, we have children there. In Nyanza, we have our brothers, relatives. This is Kenya. Yeah. What we are saying is this. Because, this is called what? It's called, it's called a loose kind of, when they were rushing 2022. It's called Atio, it's called what? Parties is registered at the party tribunal. Who's that lady? It's Nderitu. Yeah. But you see, and this is Azimio. How many parties do you have? Oh, it's like come and take tea in my house. Surely. That time Uda said, oh, it's only me only. Then he started, oh, now I want Mudavadi. I don't know who, and even some of the people there in Central, we know them there. They went to Uda. What happened? This coalition is not working in short run. You see, why? Because it was rushed to achieve a goal of politics. Anytime you are rushing to your goal and you achieve your goal, you dismantle that goal. Like now, because the Azimio is not holding up. It's not holding up. Even order is not holding up. So we have to dismantle them. Dialectics theory. Dismantle them. The people want change, go with change. The people want to remain, remain. Form yours. This one theirs. And then we get vibrant Kenyans. You get what I mean? I know this is so deep in theory. But you have to understand it. That politics is called politics. Nobody is apolitical. Everybody's politics. So that mother there, you think he cannot belong to a party? Surely. Are you okay? Everybody. And also I told you the Kenya society, which is called developing society. We are now going to middle class society. Politics inform everything. Yeah. So if Kenya is informed by politics, surely, where do you take the others? I stop there. Adi, answer me another one.
Thank you. That maybe another citizen Douglas.
Actually, I want to pose a question to him. Okay, it's okay what you've been saying. It's a lot. But there's a question I wanted to pose for you. Since this whole conversation was centered on the fact, on the question of are our parliamentarians just behaving like rubber stamps in parliament, where they're given orders and they just put their signature, or they just pass it. So I wanted to pose this question for you, and why is this happening? I want you to answer that first, because I don't think in your whole argument, if you've answered that, why do they behave like that in parliaments? I mean, they went there, they were voted by the people. So they should consider the bills and debate them, then come to a sober judgment of what it should do. And number two, what I want to ask you is, should parliamentarians, when they go there, should they sort of reason out on their own and make their own decisions, or they should go with what the party has pre-decided for them? I mean, what should be their, what should they do when they go there? Because today there was a story on TV mainstream. There were two MPs from Mount Kenya. One was from Kandara. I can't remember exactly where the other one was from. So they are UDA guys, UDA. So they voted for the bill, the tax, whatever. Now they went to the people and they were saying that, oh, the government is taxing avocado farmers. You know, in Moranga they do avocado farming. It's not right. But in parliament, they are the people who passed that bill. But now when they go to the people, that's when they realize, oh, that isn't right for the people. But so that's where my question is stemming from. Should parliamentarians do as the party has agreed? Should they uphold what the party has already agreed, or should they, use common sense, if that's the right word to say? Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Douglas. Thank you very much, Douglas. What it is that parliamentarians should go to the details of their constituents. But the problem of Kenya is that material molds, I don't know whether you understand that English, which I tell you. Kenya has been since the reign of Moi. Kenya was trapped in what is called material molds. That's the value of Kenya now. People are doing trade with other people. You see, that is one. I've answered you why the parliamentarians cannot answer those issues. When I come to this avocado, is that imagine it's like heart tax. A mother there, you feel the pain. Maybe that is you are next to your mom or your relative, even if it's not your relative, you feel it yourself. How can a mother there be charged? And you know those askaris, KRA, when they come, and they want to charge you for avocado which you sold. Me, I've worked in Kirinyaga 6 months. We were going to agriculture. We saw them. They are very good workers in agriculture. Avocado, coffee, what else? This one, watermelon, all these. But we realized that it is the middleman. So why not the KRA charge the middleman? Because we wanted to eradicate middlemen.
Okay.
So that
let me just cut you short a moment, because I think you are diverting from my question. Let me rephrase it. So, okay, my question wasn't about the taxing, because KRA eventually KRA don't make laws. KRA just take the law and run with it. The laws are made in parliament, right? So my whole argument was, the laws are made in parliament. So KRA can only, act on whatever has already been passed in parliament. So my question was, there's this MP who was in parliament, and you saw him on live TV voting for these taxes that you are talking about, that they're oppressing you. Then he comes back to your village and says, KRA shouldn't be taxing you guys. This is bad. I mean, he comes back to the village and realizes, oh, that thing was wrong. But in Parliament, so that was my point from the beginning. When these MPs go to Parliament, they don't go there to use their minds. They go there to to do what the party wants. And I brought in the issue of Azimio because it's not different. What Raila is telling his people to do. It's not different from what Uda is doing. He's telling his people, don't go to Parliament and change what you go to vote there. You should vote what the party has pre-decided. And that was my whole argument, that that is wrong. I mean, I want to hear your view on that, because should the party decide what is supposed to be passed in Parliament, or should parliamentarians go there, read whatever bill has been tabled, debate it out, whatever time that the constitution has allowed them, then make their decision, sound judgment, not from what has been pre-decided outside Parliament. For instance, the budget is supposed to be made in Parliament, right? Parliament is supposed to decide the budget, but what happens in our country, the executive makes a budget, then takes it to Parliament, and Parliament, they just pass it. They don't even discuss it. But ideally speaking, they're supposed to sort of make that budget. They're supposed to take what the executive has given them, what the governors have given them, then look at what resources we have at the moment as a country and say, this is overdoing it. We can't afford that at the moment. But what they do, because they are the majority, the government that is in place now, right now, it's Kenya Kwanza administration. The government that is in the government of the day, since it has the votes in Parliament, they just pass it. They don't discuss it. So is that what is wrong, according to you? Should parliamentarians do as the party say?
What I'm telling you, thank you very much, Douglas. I'm going to answer you very specific, the way you said it. A constitution like the one we passed in 2020, it's called 2010. I was there. Constitution. It's a big document. Even you, when it put in your table, you can run away from this book. It's big. So you see, the parliamentarians, which we take, I'm wrong also because I'm the one also, some of them, I vote for some of us there. Masara, because Masara is my MP there. When you put them there, then the work of the MP is legislation, very important. Mark my words. Legislation means that big book, you have to put it in acts. Whether it was a parliament in 1960s with the one-party state, those are the ones we are using now. So the ones you have to put those things into acts, statutes. They are called statutes, and then they submit it to the lawyer, then in the judge, judiciary. That's why we have three governments. Like now we are here three: legislature, executive, and judiciary. So they are supposed to interpret that law, but the people who are mandated, if you know English very well, to interpret that law is the parliament. They pass it to judiciary. But when that law is being brought, it has to be a statute, the act. Now we have, like, for example, a very small one, Penology Act in Kenya. Yeah, we know it. Yeah, so they pass it to the judiciary. Now you see, the people they are bringing in the parliaments They are lazy. I can call them lazy people. Yeah, they are lazy. Because how can you be debate with a very important document like that and you are given only 3 minutes to pass it? And then when you come home, you find people are because they have to change, because whatever you are doing in Parliament will affect not only your constituents, it will affect the whole country. You see the point, Douglas? So that is the problem. The problem is that the people, the MPs, start with the MPs. Me, I know them. They are very lazy. Some of them, like, they are 200, I don't know, 90. Some of them nominated. Me, I don't know how many of them now. But, okay, what is, you told us how much they are earning. Surely, they are not bothered. Because some people there, they don't know what to do. Like, for example, Jalango. He was a dramatist. I don't know, drama. You know, his land is where he is where Catholics has a lot of land. That is a land where they can build those houses. But when he came to the parliament, he started to dine with Ruto.
Steve.
Which means, as he was going to parliament, he didn't even read the land statutes. Yeah, those are the things.
Steve.
I come to avocado. Ask again, maybe I've answered him properly.
Before you come to avocado, we are coming there because I'm having also something for you there. I'm having also a clip for you about the avocados and everything. But let me listen to Mkenya Mkora. Mkenya Mkora.
How you doing, sir?
I'm good, man.
Just give me about 2 minutes. Let me just get somewhere safe so I can back. I'm driving.
Okay, as Mkenya Mkora parks, let me do this. Let me bring up the avocado system very well so that we can understand it good.
Karibu tena. Licha ya kupigia kura mswada wa fedha ulipowasilishwa bungeni, wabunge wawili kutoka Murang'a wameonekana kupinga baadhi ya yaliyomo kwenye sheria hiyo. Mbunge wa Gatanga Edward Muriu na mwenzake wa Kandara Shege Njuguna hivi majuzi walijumuika na wakulima kuwatimua maafisa wa KRA waliokuwa wakiendesha kampeni kuhusu sheria inayoshinikiza malipo kupitia mpango wa e-TIMS. Hata hivyo, maswali yaibuka kuhusu wabunge hao walitambua walichoidhinisha bungeni walipopitisha mswada wa fedha mwaka jana.
Uwanja wa Matenjagwa, eneo bunge la Kandara, na wakazi hawa wakitoa hasira zao kama wawakilishi wa wakulima kutoka kaunti 7 za Mlima Kenya. Hapa pia wabunge wa Kandara na Gatanga wakiungana nao kuwatia breki maafisa wa halmashauri ya ushuru wa KRA waliokuwa wakielezea kuhusu mfumo mpya wa kutoa risiti za malipo kwa njia ya mtandao ya e-TIMS.
Hayo imetengenezwa na system ambayo inaitwa e-TIMS. Na sio wewe peke yako inakuguza kama mkulima wa avocado. Inaguza watu ama wakulima aina tofauti tofauti, na hata wale ambao wanafanya kazi kidogo, wale tunaita mama mboga.
Mfumo huu wa kushughulikia malipo kwenye mtandao wa e-TIMS ukiwa sehemu ya sheria ya fedha ya mwaka 2023 iliyopitishwa na bunge la kitaifa. Hata hivyo, wabunge hawa Chege Njuguna na Edward Muriu ambao sasa wameapa kupinga ukusanyaji wa ushuru kwa mfumo huo ni kati ya wabunge waliokuwa bungeni na kuupigia kura mswada wa mwaka 2023 ulioidhinishwa na sasa kuwa sheria.
The upshot of the vote is that the ayes have it.
Na sasa msimamo wao ni huu.
We are telling the government we are not going to pay that avocado taxes, and we have said and we refuse for our farmers to be killed by these taxes. Hiyo maneno tumekataa kabisa.
KRA imewataka wafanyabiashara wadogo kama wakulima, wahudumu wa jua kali kufanya malipo yao kupitia mtandao wa e-TIMS.
Hata hii maneno ya kodi imeletwa pale, iko sheria iliudwa pale bunge, tumeona iko na dosari kiasi ya kutaka wakulima ya makadamia nini waanze kutoswa. Hiyo maneno tutaketi chini, tumeongea na rais jana na waziri wa hazina, tutatafuta suluhisho, tutaongea na hao wabunge wetu, kwa sababu hatuwezi kusaidia mkulima na mkono moja tumuumize na ile mkono mwingine, si ndio?
Matukio kama yaliyojiri Kandara yakiwa dhahiri kuwa wabunge huenda walipitisha sheria iliyorudi kuwachoma wenyewe.
Mkora.
30 seconds, I'm finding a place to park. Just 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds.
Let us listen to Steve as we continue. You had a question for Steve.
Yeah, let me rephrase that question. Just from that clip, you've listened to what that's the video I was talking. Those are the guys I was talking about. Kandara MP and the other one, Nishamsa already. So my question was, do you think that parliamentarians sometimes they're made to vote for things they don't believe in because they have to stand with the party that they got into parliament with? They have to stand with their political affiliations of the party. Do you think that these laws are made outside parliament, that the decisions in parliament are influenced by outside forces? What's your take on that? Switch on your mic.
Law is law. Oh. Hello. Oh, I'm answering you. Law is law. And you as an individual, as an MP, you represent people. So if the law say you have like if for example you are employed in an organization, you have only 3 work: legislation, oversight, and representation. Now, what are you going to do? If okay, for example, they passed that law, it was maybe they were. It's called what? It's called what? It's called. Me, I don't understand these people, because that's what I'm telling you. The constitution is very big for them to interpret. Some of them are absentee. It's like you can be absentee landlord. You are not seen, but when you come, you harass. So they pass it in the parliament, and then when they go back, and in Swahili they say vitu vichenjanga in Mudavadi language. Imagine. So why are you? Party is a party. That's why we tell you that if you are in one party, you should not change your allegiance. Maybe these are the guys who also they're admiring going to Azimio. They went to UDA unknowingly with man. You know, the problem in Kenya is that it is material mold. People love money. So when they reach there, they got some money. They don't know what the constituents are saying. And then now when they pass a bill without consent, because every time you live in life, you must have consent. That is why the signature come in. Anytime you have to sign something, it is on your name. And even if you carry a Bible and you are saying, oh, this is a constitution, I'll be this. No wonder. You remember orientation. When I was in orientation in university, it took only me one day. I'm already oriented in University of Nairobi. Parliamentarians, 2022, if you can remember, how long were they oriented? 3 months. Surely. I said, these people, look what they are doing now. You pass a bill, erroneous. You find your constituents are not in cognizant. They are not in conduit with you. Now you say, oh, we don't like it. And you have passed it. So those are okay. If they are saying what they have done, they should resign. Yeah, because they were supporting a bill which they didn't know. Those people who are in parliament, because even in class, if you are in class, for example, even University of Nairobi, for example, if you fail even one semester class or a course, they call them cards, course assessment only. You repeat, or if you fail again 3 times, you are this nini, you are nini. Why these small things? Which means the people who went to that parliament, who are now turning again, when the constituents are saying otherwise, is confused. They should go back to people.
Good point.
Okay, Steve. Let us listen to Mkenya Mkora. I think now it's Mkenya
Yes,
Mkora.
I'm okay. Yes, I'm okay now. How is everybody? Steve, Lala, Shedi, Douglas, kama kawaida, kama kawa, kama dawa. You guys are doing a good job, man. I always listening to you guys, you know, and I understand that we are learning a lot. I really appreciate, and everybody on the comment section. Obviously, I'm using my phone. Ukiona nimekuja kama Kenya Mkora because well, when I get in here, I cannot see the comment section. So to a comment section, I'm so sorry. Leo sitawa big up, but nitawa big up tu kwenye mko.
Wewe ni Mkenya Mkora tu, every corner.
Mimi ni mkora kabisa, sijai kataa. By the way, that is my second name. Hii haiwezi potea, hiyo iko. Mimi nataka muniambie wewe na dagi nataka muniambie kwanza Gachagua anaogopea State House nini, but anyway, that's my beginning. Why he doesn't want to get to State House.
Anaogopa juu alisema ameka security, huyo mzee wa kitandawili asiingie.
Kwani ajui kule alieka nini inaitwa mitego zake, kwani anaogopa itamguza?
Atakanyaga landmine.
Na ndio alieka. Ama kuwa na map. The art of war. You gotta know your map.
Alieka kama
ama alieka ile ya tugege ya kienyeji akaeka tu ameweka na akumbuki kule alieka.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Mambo ndio.
Sisi watu wa UDA tutawakanyaga bwana. Sisi hatuna mchezo bwana. Sisi we're not playing. Tunakanyaga mpaka wele wetu. Tunawekea landmine mpaka wanaogopa State House. Saitan. Anyways. Moving forward, let me be serious now. I mean, that was the intro. Now, here's the thing, guys and ladies and gentlemen, whoever is listening to us. For me, there's a solution. And the solution has always been in front of us. Staring us in the eyes, looking at us. What are you guys talking about? I see a lot of people coming with so much bile and so much, what do you call this? Like solutions that are so, yani zinakuwa kubwa, yani ni kama unataka unafaa uwe mtu ndo ufanye nini. But the solution is right there. Watching us, asking us, can't you see? Let me start at a very crucial place. Remember, there was a map that was drawn that was of dividing Kenya into two. Have you ever really looked at that map critically? If you actually go look at that map critically, forget about who you are, forget about your language, forget about your tribe, forget whatever. Look at it. There was a message being passed. Not that anybody wanted to divide Kenya, but there was a message that if worse came to worse, we will divide it this way. Look at the counties that are actually on this side and the other one on that side. Look, I mean, it's only two divisions. Why were people saying that this is why we're going to divide the country, if need be? Nobody wants to divide. I mean, we love each other. We're multi-tribal country, and it's a very good thing. Some people, even in the world, actually really envy us for having. Sometimes I tell people, you know, we have 52 tribes. I mean, 46 tribes. How many languages do you speak? I'm like, at least 4. Just from my country, you know, I speak Kamba, I speak Luo. I mean, I hear it. I speak Kikuyu, yes, kind of not fluent, but nikishrab shrab. And Kamba yetu, Swahili, English. So they ask, how do you even do that? And I tell them that, first of all, to be a Kenyan, you have to know how to speak 2 languages to start with. And those are the national languages. Not adding your own mother tongue. So basically, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say is that this whole thing is not about the leaders. Because in Kenya, basically, we don't have any leaders. We have very few to be that actually stand by what needs to be stood for. The biggest thing and the worst enemy of our country, and let me say this, however you come with your rhetoric and whatever you do, the worst person in our country is the citizenry themselves. Those are the people that will never go read the Constitution. Those are the people who will always go into the newspaper and read the obituaries instead of reading the Constitution. You want to see who died, who did what. Instead of going to read your Constitution and understanding your rights and exercising your rights, the rights of a citizen is like muscles. If you don't exercise them, you lose them. The Constitution says it. Now, is it a perfect Constitution? No, they even said 80% was okay, 20% was something to be dealt in the future. But have we even exercised the 80% that we said was right? The convention that we agreed, the covenant that we agreed to live with each other together. This is how we're going to live. Mimi Mkamba, wewe Muluya, wewe Nini, whatever. However we decided to live together is written in the Constitution. And then we have some judges who are actually standing to this, and then we vilify them. Douglas, you can go to the court today and say, I don't like this. Where did Okia Mtata come from? Alikuwa anajifungia na nyororo pale Central. Na anasema nini? And he goes, and by the way, the guy has no law degree in any way, form, and way. But when he goes and quotes the Constitution, the judge has nothing to do with it. I mean, he just have to do it. I mean, the guy says the Constitution, this is where the Constitution is. I mean, that is what it says. What can they do? Now, when you start hearing people like, I understand Kina Sifuna and all them, because now they're being stifled and put a socks in their mouth that they cannot say anything. They cannot even debate. And you find that kind of dictatorship. And you know what? The citizens are just sitting and they understand that it is the Constitution. It is at that point that you actually recall them and tell them, listen, if you cannot represent me, get out of there. Because you're the one that gives them the mandate according to the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, 2010. And it's there, written in the book. I'm so happy nowadays. I see people coming into the Baal's channel. When they come and argue, they come with their Constitution, they come with their standing orders, and they have to look at it. And most of the media, mainstream media, have actually started coming with the Constitution and just reading it, because We lack something in our country. We lack civil education, number one. A lot of 90% of the Republic of Kenya's citizenry walk around not knowing what their constitution and what rights they have. Most of them will tell you they don't have a right. Karao anaweza kuchapa kofi and you just walk away. Ama unakimbia ukiona karao. Yet you've done totally nothing. And that is the thing that we're having even with the leaders, that you find like Mtukama Ruto and the dictators of the day. And the funny thing is that Kenya is ni watu wa Serelak. Watoto wa Serelak. Some of them that come here with very crucial kind of way of dealing with things, they don't even understand what Somalia has ever gone through. These countries that have gone through war, they don't understand exactly what has happened with them. Where you actually live with your kid, unatoka. Wengine wanasema wako mbali hata wataki, wanajua tu wewe wenyewe ndeni mfanye, mimi niko poa, I'm okay, I'm under different jurisdiction. But unless Kenyans actually read their constitution and understand their rights and know how to exercise their rights, that Ruto atakwambia we kijana unanyongelesha kama, who are you? You are a public servant. You're not a president. You are a public servant. You can be a president, but I can get you out of there. I employ you. Then unakuja kuambia mtu, when you come with radical issues here, Nani, Shadizo and Dagi, I've been really fighting with myself when I hear people coming here with radical issues. Yes, ungetaka kuwa tuende Somali. You've never even experienced what Somalia has ever experienced. Or even Congo, for crying out loud. You don't want to divide the whole country. Yes, you want to kick out the bad. Inaitwa nini? Even when you ukienda kwa shamba, unaendanga kama mahindi na grow, you get the weeds out. You don't go because kuna weeds, you go and cut the whole thing, the whole shamba. The basic thing is that people need civil education, people to understand their rights. Today, Shedi, I can bet you na Dagi, where you are, because I know where you are. Saizi ukiamua kwenda tao na as late as is, utaanza kusema, mi naogopa kwenda, sijui nitashikwa kwa msako. Msako umefanya nini? You have a right to walk around in your country at any time, hata ikuwe ni 6 a.m. or I don't know 3 a.m.
Watanisingizia nimepatikana na madawa ya kulevya yenye sikuwa nayo.
Exactly. You see, so that's where we have gotten to where we need to come up and stop these radical issues that is due to one to fanye nini. No, if Ruto is bad, we need to get him out constitutionally, and because there's a reason we have that constitution. Otherwise, we wash it away to tupe. But it's not time to do that. The problem is Kenyans need to start learning how to read. There's a saying that says, if you want to hide anything from a Kenyan, hide it in a book. And so many people everything has been hidden in that constitution because it's a book and people don't want to read it. I've seen some people like Kenan go to national TV and talk matope kabisa, yani mpaka anachekeshwa, hapana, anacheka anasema hapana nini. It's just because he wants to look good to the high ends, you know. But that guy is not that stupid. It's just that they want to look good as that. And that's why I like people like Inasifuna who are saying, look, we're not going to play these games. The constitution has to be followed. If we don't have a covenant of living together, then split it. But if we're going to split it, then we're going to split it where we have two, not multi. Because tukianza kufanya multi, basi hata wewe Shedi na Dagi na Steve, kila mtu atakuwa na nyumba yake. Then huko tutagongania huko. And please don't take me to jail nikikuuia kama unapita kwa boma yangu na ulikuwa unapita shortcut. You know what I'm saying? Then what would we be after we do that? So basically, Ruto, first of all, is a criminal. Chapter 6 of the Constitution does not allow him to be in power. Some of the things that he's doing do not allow. The Haiti thing, I don't even think I want to talk about that, because first of all, that's a messed up. Because even the guy that actually he signed a deal with, and I don't even understand why you Kenyans allowed him to come to Kenya, because he's actually indicted as we speak in tandem with the wife of the slain president. They've already been indicted. They arranged that. They're in court for that. Then you allow a criminal and you parade a criminal, and then you want to say, oh, we've made a concessions, do whatever. What is it that you're doing? I rest my case for now.
Leo mmeniamulia mbaya mbaya, nimeambiwa ati ni watu wangu. Watu wangu mimi wenye wamebaki nitawahamisha Kenya sasa, watoke Kenya. Wenye viongozi wamebaki wakinisumbua akili. Naomba tu mnifanye nikuwe Chief Justice ama nikuwe nini wa IBC wa hii nchi. Unaweza sikia vizuri? Wale magugu natopa nje ya Kenya. You make me to be an IBC.
Wewe Shedi ebu kidogo, I'm so sorry. Wewe unaona hata Attorney General anakatana na seriously, for heaven's sake. Uliona Attorney General Muturi of all people anakatana na hapa kuna noma daddy, I'm sorry.
Ndawabeba niwafunge kwa buti yako, niwaeke wakuja huko kwako. Huko kwa Mkenya mkora.
Sitaki ya watu, mimi ni mkora, nitamaliza wote na nirudi, ni kama niko na nini, yani nikapiganie constitution. Hiyo jinga mnafanya Kenya bwana. Alafu mnalia foul. What are you crying foul? Nyinyi ndio mnajiletea the citizens. You're supposed to stand for your city, for yourself. Where is Kinandidi Mwananzeki? Where is all these people that actually used to stand for the constitution? Where's the Railas of today?
Waliingia ndani ya mato Mkenya mkora, alafu wakanyamaza. Mkenya mkora wanasema walikuachia mandate na ndio fulfill.
Mimi naweza pita na kila mtu huko bwana. Follow the constitution and all the answers are there. Stop these radicals doing nini, let's do whatever else doing nini. And most of the time you find people who are radical, they are not even close to doing that. Hata ukiona ni watu waoga. Ni kama saizi unaona sasa watu wa Mount Kenya sasa wameanza kurudi, wanaogopa sijui nini. And like you said it rightly, they are the ones that actually voted for it. Now they realize that kwa kumewaka moto, they can't even do anything. Now they want to be nice with everything. Like the other day I was seeing Kina Kinan, and I don't know who they were with. I think it was Okongo Omogedi and Okongo, if I wish I'm not butchering that name. But he was telling them that the ground is not talking like you guys are talking, and you guys are not going to come back. And then you see at the end of it, everyone wants to talk. Kina Kenan, they want to talk. They want to say, oh no, me, I will never be bought. I am this and this, because they've realized that the ground is really shifting and really doesn't actually. This is the 21st century. This is not the days that we never used to have phones where you can actually communicate with people, you can watch news. And these people think, some of them think we're still in zile siku za kuona KBC na kuona gazeti na nowadays nini inapita bwana. Hata the mainstream media inapata some of the news from us. People are very educated, including the kids. Hey, Saitan.
The information.
Tunajua watu mmesoma. Wacha sikia Steve.
Sorry about that.
Unmute Steve.
Thank you very much for that very good meaning. Because that's what I was telling you. Yeah, it's a big book. It has to be translated. What I don't agree with Kenya Mkora is that now we want people in Kenya. Yeah. Everyone whether they are dialectics. Well, there's the time we need even Marxists in Kenya. I'm telling you, change is not easy to bring. Yeah. It was not brought with like, at yo, we are laughing. No. Change, we have to invite everyone and including. What else did you ask me to do? Douglas or Sadiso? You are looking at your phone.
Yes, I was checking something. I want to play a certain video here. And then we go, we add another here.
Mukora.
Mukora is still here. I want to play another video so that we can
No,
add another.
you don't have to play. Let me just this it's called what disenjunct. Because we have a big English. Kenya here is talking about Naivasha. Then we ask you, surely, yeah, why did you allow the colonialists to put a border? Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. And then you say, oh, that in Naivasha should have been in Uganda, and then this one. No. Now we are treating Kenya the way Kenya is. Pragmatic. Yeah, the way it is. This kind of nonsense, oh, at your, you should have been at your Nyerere, should have been in Kenya. Those are apathetic. Me, I call them armchair politics. Yeah. Apologetics. They don't want to face issues the way they work. Yeah, play that video now.
Okay, Steve.
Because you know,
Shady, before you
I'm
play
not
that
in
video,
parliament.
I don't get
But
where this.
all the times I listen to
am
what's
kinda
going
lost
on in
of,
parliament.
where's
Recently, the
Naivasha.
Go on. Network yangu inazunguka kidogo but naishughulikia.
Okay, so Steve, then tell me, what are you? I didn't get. I didn't fathom what you were trying to talk about, the Naivasha Uganda thing. Where you exactly going? Because I can actually tell you exactly how that worked. Unmute. I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. What we are saying is this. We are Kenya. Because the Naivasha issue is that, oh, the Luos should have been joined with the Kalenjin. Yeah? Me, I come from Migori, in the tip of Tanzania. It's a stone throw to Tanzania. We have Luos there. Uganda, we have Luos there. Yeah. We are bordering everywhere. So the border does not matter. What matters is that how can we translate the country called Kenya to our midst to address all of us? Because we have children, we have relatives, big people.
Steve, here is where I don't get. You're not answering my question. My question is, in this context, where is Naivasha coming from? And because we know the history of that story of Naivasha, and I can tell you where it became. And you remember Kenyatta saying, tutatuma ndege 3 za kivita na tukituma zikuji kusalimia nyanya zenyu. And remember, that was Kenya. He was talking to Idi Amin, the biggest dictator that we've ever had in Africa. So please make context of what you're trying to talk about. I understand you know the history, but at least just make it a context so that even the young guys can actually understand what you're talking about. Yes, there's a history about Naivasha and Uganda, but when you just brush on it and you don't actually, say what it connects to what is the current affairs of the country, then now you're losing them because they're like, hii Naivasha iko na nini na Uganda. So you need to actually articulate it and actually let them actually understand, even the people that are watching us. Some of us have not been politically affiliated like most of us, than you, and things like that. But this is also an educational channel where we come here and talk, and also we educate a lot of people. So if you have that information, say it as is. Don't just throw things out there and expecting everybody understands when you talk about Naivasha and Uganda. Give it out there so that people can actually understand what exactly happened. That was Kenyatta and Idi Amin. So just say it. Don't just throw things. I understand you know things, but please
There is what we
articulate
call
it so that people
international
can,
law.
the layman person can understand.
No. I'm just talking the way you are talking to me. It's called territorial integrity. In a layman's language, supremacy, sovereignty, whichever language you want it, of a country belong to them. That's why I was talking about Nini, because I didn't want you to just say, oh, this, I remove this boundary here, and this thing you are talking about, oh, we are Kenya. We have to coexist. Now you want me to talk about young people, children. We are telling you that you are not the generation. They tell you future. I realize here in UK, it is today. Yeah. It starts with even primary school, secondary, university. All young people should be vibrant in the decision making because you have a voice. Yeah. Another one I said is that UN, I worked in UN, I'm recognized. My name is Stephen Ojuang. If you can Google me. Yeah. There is what we call supremacy of each territory. That supremacy is supremo even to the UN General Assembly in the UN. There are 5 Security Council. Not even General Assembly can violate it. So the issue of Haiti is out of the question. I agree with you when you talk about Canaan. Canaan, one time I saw him, I don't know, presenting nonsense. Now today in a TV, Okorbi talk, telling him, Okorbi talk is a constitution lawyer. Yeah. We have the men in Kenya. Kenya has a lot of lawyers. He told him that, okay, it is government to government. Is the president, is he a prime minister or is he a president? He's a prime minister. Surely, how can a prime minister decide what a president can do? It's anomaly. And then they say, oh, give us, I don't know, memoranda, I don't know, and then ask them. Gorbachev was asking them, surely, okay, what are we gaining from Kenya to Haiti? Yeah. I'm telling you, my first boss in UNDP was a Haitian lady, a very good lady. And we had a justice in Kenya who was from Haiti, if you know them. But we are telling you this, today as at now, they don't have a government. Unless Ruto is telling us, also him, he doesn't have a government because he stole. Me, I know he stole. And then he wants now to bring cops, but we refuse. Yeah, because some of them are our children, our brothers and sisters, because they are going to face a gang. I don't know why Lala was here yesterday. I don't know why today is not talking about it. The issue of Haiti is a failure in Kenya. It's like Mutonge Ferry. If you know Mutonge, killing people in ferry. Many came in black, whatever. Why joke with the people's life? And also UN cannot sanction police. Police have never seen all these operations. I did one in Sudan, in Somali. I did it. You are telling me I'm not gone there? Tanzania, Kagera. Yeah. These people are fighting. All of it is soldiers. In Kenya, we have even a police squad there called the REC in GSU. So why Ruto not tell them? Why regular police? The one who is just beating people in the street. Yeah, because a force is a force. But this is a service. So I think they are telling us when they reach there, they will turn to be nini. They are just talking to people. Talking to people what? And you are talking to thugs. Maybe Mukora no, he lives in the US. Maybe even if he's going there. Yeah.
I think we've lost the
I have to tell you the truth.
Steve, just a minute, a little bit. Let me play this video so that we can continue rolling up to one accord as we winding up. We're still remaining with a few minutes to wind up. But let us see this before we come up to something else.
Because, I'm not in parliament. But all the times I listen to what is going on in parliament. Recently, they brought a finance bill in parliament, which was introducing new taxes in parliament. And we gave instructions to our members of parliament or ODM to oppose that bill, the finance bill. Because that bill was an oppressive bill. It was introducing excessive taxation of our people, including the farmers. Because it was introducing a taxation that is called commodity tax, meaning that we are going to even tax things which are products of agriculture. Now you remember when they were doing campaign, they were talking about returning GMR, guaranteed minimum return. That language has actually now disappeared. Now I was shocked and surprised to see some members of parliament from the region who voted for that bill now rising up and opposing the implementation of that bill. Shame on them. Shame on them. Shame on them. But what also surprised me was that the member of parliament for this constituency also voted for that bill. Karoli Omondi, did you send him to vote for that bill? Ne worry. Ofuo kango. Now, we have agreed on certain issues. We agreed, the team that we put together to negotiate, NADCO, agreed on basic issues. We had 4 issues. One was...
Shame on them.
Shady, I'd like to say something. With your permission, sir. Thank you. You see, what Raila, and the one thing that, the thing that actually is always all my years, I believe I first voted in 97, and that was, is it 97? Yeah. When I voted for Raila at that time, and my vote is in Langata until I changed it to Kambani. But one thing I've always liked about Raila is that he doesn't speak of something that he's never. He's the only leader that actually doesn't double speak. When he's telling people that, listen, if you are voted by this by this party, then and you want to move on to something else. Nobody, even the constitution, allows you to move on to something else. But please, you are voted by ideology of me, Shedi, Douglas, and Steve. Now, if you've changed your mood, move on to something else. And I remember what brought Raila, not just the dad, because hata wako nasikizana na baba yake at times of Ford and whatever, is that he actually resigned of his Langata seat and went and said, ladies and gentlemen, I have moved. Let's go back. You vote me if you feel I've made the right decision. Don't vote me if you don't feel like I've done the right decision. And why am I giving that explanation, especially after you played that? Is because the man actually speaks what he walks. He drinks the water that he preaches. So if you're so beside and so much in your mind that you got it, get out of it. Let's go meet you in the streets. Come back again with whatever you want to do, and that is you doing it really mwosho. Ile wanaitaga mwosho, mwosho, what they used to say Capitol Hill unaenda mwosho. That is the mwosho. Let them wananchi osha you. Then at that time you come out. There's so many people like right now they don't even know where to go. They are helter-skelter. They don't even understand where to start again now because they cannot tusi Baba because he's not acting like he's whatever. They are trying to look something for Kalonzo, Madakarua, Joe, whoever looks like a potential of coming in after Baba. And Baba has not said he's going anywhere. And just a week ago, we were here people saying Baba ameacha watu. Does that guy look like mtu mwenye ameacha watu? Do you understand what he's talking about right now? Do you understand his voice when he says those things? And he's already told Kenyans, it's not Uhuru that is not Ruto that is vouching me. It's Museveni. Ruto just has to do that. So I've been here looking at people and I used to, the first day hiyo kitu ilianza ilikuwa so contagious hapa, tulikaa hapa hivi nasikiza and I was telling people wacheni nini hiyo kitu bwana, tulieni. You realize that the political there's two kind of politics in Kenya. There's the ones that watu wakurukia, and then there's the ones that are very little but very quiet. One being Uhuru, the other one being Raila. Watu tu wananyamazaga tu, nyi pigeni kelele. Then you piga kelele the entire day. I swear to God, at the end of the day wanakuja unashtuka, kumendaje? Kuna watu hata kwa hii channel walitoka, hiyo imeisha boss, hiyo imeenda nini. And I'm like, tulieni bwana, hii kitu bwana inacheza. Listen, in politics there's something that is also called diplomacy. You have to balance it, and Raila has learned the art of balancing this thing. You can accuse him, you can fight him, you can call him mtu wa kitendawili, you mganga nini, and all of a sudden it just comes up with something. And the people, I believe the people behind him now, this time they've actually started to understand him, and that's why they're always supporting him. They're just like, you remember when he decided to go that, the whole Azimio brigade came and said, we are supporting him. And I think even him is learned to actually talk to them. So I think they've even spoken to them. When you hear Jeremiah Kioni speaking, when you hear Otiende Amolo speaking, when you hear Sifuna speaking, when you hear them, Sifuna was the first person to come and say, Baba atu ako hapa, kwani ndege iko na nini agenda wapi? Then Baba came and said the same thing. When you see Kina Simbarati speaking, there are some people who have come to understand how this politic is being made, the politic of reality, not the politic of ule mtu wa kitendawili, not the politic of matusi, not the politic of abracadabra. There's this thing I call abracadabra politicking, of where you think just because umeongea something funny, then ukisema wewe tutapeleka bondo siende akai pale watu wamecheka, then you think that is the politics. So there's people who have learned abracadabra politics, where you just come and just make fun, which is so stupid that even a nursery school kid can see that you're lying. Not even lying, you're just talking like a small kid. The Azimio side have learned to be mature and talk about politics, and that's why sometimes, and I want you to start watching Sifuna when he says that I cannot even go into a debate with you, because anakani kama ako naive or ako na kiburi, lakini he's telling you the truth. I mean, hii ni ujinga. We are not going to do this ujinga yenye mnaongea hapa hivi. And when you see them, even in a national TV, when they are starting to talk, you will realize they start laughing wakichapwa real. Listen, guys, we have to be, politics lazima raundi ikwe streamlined to where we are not doing stupidity. Just because you are a good comedian like Jalango or whatever, you can make people laugh, or you can leta vitu za ujinga. That politics has people and people's life behind it. So ukikuja hapa kutuambia vitu za ujinga. And the funny thing is that Kenyans, we still laugh about it. Unaona mtu anaongea matope na unajua hiyo ni matope, and then you still laugh and clap. Sorry, I'm done.
Okay, let me listen to Douglas as we begin the closing remarks. Douglas, manzi na wewe kuna daka mbili.
Okay, so I think we have veered off from the topic a little, but it's healthy for the conversation. But the main topic for today was about Parliament and concerns that have been coming up. Is Parliament really debating bills before they pass them, or do they just come and they just play the role of stamping those bills? So I still stand with that argument that the problem with our Parliament is that those laws are not made in Parliament; they're influenced from outside. So I don't know what you think. I've not asked Mato that question, but I don't know what you think. Should our parliamentarians, when they go to the House, should they go and debate those bills, those laws, and make their own judgments about them, or should they just carry what the party has pre-decided and they vote for those bills as a block? Because I think that's the problem with our Parliament. The problem is that the House is influenced by the parties, by the party leaders, and so even if it was a different government in place, it will still be the same, because that's the problem with our Parliament. The problem is that the House is influenced by outside forces.
Douglas, can I answer you?
Okay, go on.
Or am I premature? Do you want me to finish you asking that? Because I'm burning with that question. I had heard it from Uliza.
Let him just be.
Mkanyamukora, you have just 1 minute to answer, so don't hit the bush.
Go on.
Douglas, I'll answer that question with two questions. What is your vote worth, and what are you doing by the time you're voting? What do you think that you're doing when you go make that X?
Okay, I didn't get that. Can you?
What is it when you make that X? What exactly are you telling that person to go do?
To go represent you, to go legislate, and exactly what the Constitution has, given him the power to go and sort of defend me and make the right laws for me.
That's your answer, because that person, you have employed them with your X. When you that ballot, you've employed them to go do what you want, and they've accepted that they will do what you want, not what they want. The problem that we have is that they go do what they want, and then they come and tell you, this is what we've said. So the moment we realize, we tell them that our public servants, not the other way. This Mheshimiwa name has to go away, not the other way. You are the employer. You're the one that needs to know what they are doing, and if they cannot do it, go away. Sahau, go back to your family. So I think that has answered that and rested that to your best of opinion.
Okay, but I have an objection to that. You see, when we elect those leaders, we sort of trust them. When they go to the house, because once we elect them, our buck stops there, and we take, because we cannot all be in parliament, right?
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's the Constitution. That's what Kenyans think. You don't, your power does not lay because you've given him. Now they can do whatever they want to do for the rest of for the next 5 years. It's
Okay,
a
that's
lie.
not my argument. I'm saying we cannot all be in parliament, right? So what we do is that we find one person who is trustworthy, then we sort of give him that collective power to go and represent us in that house. Come up, Mato.
No, I agree. I agree with you on that. It's just that the recall power that people it's in the Constitution. That's where Douglas, I respect your thinking, and I think you're a very smart person. I've really followed you a lot, but I think yes, you're right. Yes, that's the person we decided at that time. But what if you employ you employ a worker, and then they're not doing what they need to do? What do you do?
You hold them accountable.
Ukiandika mfanyikazi wa shamba na kuja hapo hivyo na aanze kufanya vitu zake huko na anafanya nini, utamfanyia nini?
Utamfuta.
Okay, thank you. And the Constitution has that, chapter 265 of the Constitution has it.
Okay, but my whole argument, Mato, ilikuwa okay, I don't know if you followed this show from the beginning, but we played that clip just before you came into the studio. There were two Kandara MPs in Muranga today, and they were complaining. Actually, they chased away the KRA guys. They were telling them that whatever you are doing is not good for the people, for the farmers. But
honestly, Nani, at the risk of being kicked out by the moderator, let me tell you that is the biggest wash I've ever seen in my life, because these are the guys that actually voted for that thing. And the fact that the ground is not listening to them, they go to the ground na imeanza kumana huko awaski. Now they want to look good to them and say that we are against it, but they are the ones that actually did it. Listen, guys, hii kitu ya kucheza wash hapa hivi, keki ya birthday, keki ya sijui nini, kufanya mtoi, tunafanywa mtoi, wacheni hiyo jinga. These guys, they shouldn't even be talking about. Ask them their vote. He was there. And the good thing that we do in parliament nowadays, we say, let's do a standoff so that kila mtu ajulikane kule alivote. The only person in and I'm so sorry, I'm not even tribal in any way, but the only person in Kikuyu's side that has actually stand and itoa Muchomba. That's the only person mwenye amesimama hiki tu amesimama for nini? Hao wengine ni kelele. Sasa anataka ati mkuja ati hapana, hatutafanya, hatutalipa makadamia, hatutalipa sijui whatever. What are you talking about? You're the one that passed it all. I mean, seriously guys, let's be serious. Kama umevaa shati ya white ni ya white, kama umevaa ya yellow ni ya yellow, kama ni ya blue ni ya blue. Ni nini tunasumbuana hapa? I mean, if I make a mistake, afadhali ukuje waambie watu I made a mistake. Na sasa naona ukweli.
Okay. One last
No. Let me listen to Steve. Just 1 minute, please. Unmute.
Because he told me, he was saying in a TV that Raila was not in agreement with his dad. That's a wrong statement. The father of opposition is Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. The person who actuated the constitution is his son, Raila. Yeah, don't mix the two. That's one. That's one I just Disney. I don't know it's called in English. Me, I'm English. That one you talk in Swahili there. Yeah. So don't
For the first time I disagree with you. Raila disagreed with the dad. I'm sorry.
No. I was there. Surely. Why you talk nonsense? Boss, don't. Okay, let me come to academia. I don't know Macadamo. Yeah. It's called what? The Kikuyu. Farmers should not be charged by any way. Farmers cannot be charged. Yeah. Because they don't have structure. Yeah. Unless you want it bottom up. There's nothing called bottom up. It's air, hot air. Which Ruto just to say, where is it now? High taxes, high economy, people are suffering. We have children there. They are suffering. They are telling us. Surely. I'm answering him direct, Douglas, because you gave me 1 minute.
Okay. Mkenya Mkora.
Wacha niwasikize nyinyi. I think I've already ranted enough that I could, but I think one thing that I will not agree and I will never agree with, and I know people who have read history of our country, is that Baba left Ford and akusikizana na baba yake, and that is why people call Baba Baba, because even when he came to NDP, he actually walked away, and he's been one man that actually never runs away and never fears and never shies away from being controversial. He's always been controversial because he's always been with the people. Now when mtu akikuja hapa hivi kusema ati sijui stories zingine, you go read the history of Baba and why people even actually from an MP of Langata that he's there. And the funny thing is that if that dynasty name had come at that time, he could have actually easily been called a dynasty. But now we're really starting to understand the dynasties and the people who really were so jealous to become a dynasty. Baba Fidel alienda kama ameenda tu hivyo hivyo. Baba kept quiet. Baba has been always there. He's been in jail. He's done everything. But what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that some of the things that Baba is asking people to do nowadays, especially the MPs that are being bought by money, the money-making MPs and not even MPs, the leaders that we have today, because they think everything is all about money. When they get there, ndio Baba anasemanga mtu alikuwa amekonda kama nini, lakini amekuja ameingia amenona kama whatever, you know. That's I could go and go over, I mean, on and on, but I don't want to go on and on. But I'm trying to say that the things that he's saying is something that is also done by example. Some of the leaders that we have today really have no cahoots. Some of them, like, that's why I was laughing the other day when I don't know if it's Mutai Nguni or it's Jimmy Wanjige, who said, if you Ruto, you're going to send the Kenyan police to Haiti. Maybe you need to visit it first, so that you're not just sending people that there's somewhere where you have not gone. You know, and sometimes when you're dealing with some things, lead by example, don't lead by just talking. Mtu ametoka hapa hivi shule, and Steve is here. Mtu ametoka hata hajamaliza shule nini, ameenda huko anajiita doctor and whatever, and now wants to do everything, and really, actually to a point of being a mafiosi, to where he wants to dictate the whole country and tell them that he knows nursing, he knows accountancy, he knows lawyer, and anajua kila, all the profession, master of all trades, yet he knows nothing. I'm telling you something. Mtu kidogo hivi uone venye atajikojolea. You know, he looks like he knows everything, but there's nothing. He's always huko ndo ananyenyekea huko Baba ampeleke nini, and then he shows that yeye ndo amempeleka huko. Even to a point of Baba saying that he's not even Ruto that is going to front him to go to AU, is Museveni. This is a coward wanting to be a master warlord. Has been there. We know him. We know his history. We know Kiamba. We know the people who were killed in 2007 from out there, and we know what was happening and why Ruto and why they ended up in ICC and why his case was taken all the way. Even today is not even Aisha. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about time we wake up and understand a mafia and understand someone who's just all over. Why did he change his dressing code? That is called hypertension. I don't know. I can't remember the name. But it's a narcissistic way, because he wants to dress like that so that you guys can see that he's doing something, that he's looking good, or he's doing whatever. There's nothing anawaletea what do you call this? Anawaletea sijui mapasta kutoka sijui wapi sijui, oh, you want to feel, na ameleta mabasi zimefichwa huko South C, South B and everything.
Benin.
Analeta watu, mabasi zimefichwa kila mahali ndio ionekane watu walikuja. Who came? What? Na alikuwa ameandika huko. Now, here's the funny thing. Somebody, I made a comment earlier. Now today the governors watu walikuwa waenda wapewe nini, the Gachagua, why Gachagua was not in the huko hivyo kwa hiyo meeting, but I know why, because he's confused. Now when you find mtu kama huyo that is actually ati mnasema kwa nini ati anapatia all the I mean, how many governments do we have in Kenya? 47, right? Then you at a trillion hazi peana, yet state house yenyewe the budget is half of that half trillion. What is it? Na niwaulize, nyumba gani Kenya ishawahi kuwa renovated with 477 billion? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. Nikuleni mkitaka. It's stupidity. 1 million, mimi nipatia 1 million on ile nyumba nitakuinulia hapo Machakos. Na hiyo ni renovation peke yake. What is it? What is? Wacha niseme kama mjaka. What is? Ongemi ngatoka. Ya? Wewe. Wacheni hii mchezo bwana. Hata Kibaki ya kufanya hivyo, na hata Uhuru. Kwanza Uhuru never lived in that state house. That's a monument. Tena nasikia sasa ati sijui ati mnataka kuuza ati sijui KICC, Kenyatta International Conference Center, na bado ati sijui ati hata land hata parking lot ati sijui ati iko na mwenyewe, na bado hatujamaliza ile civils ile Lang'ata primary hatujamaliza hiyo bado. Hatujui kwanza nani ndo ana own hiyo kitu, na mtu anaongea hapa hivi and used to be ndio mteshi kila kitu vitu zote, yani kama saizi amekuwa mwosho mpya, like he knows how to do anything cause amevaa counter suit. We mimi nitakuwa mkali hapa, sorry Shedi, msinilete juu Dagi. I really like your thinking, I like your I like your demeanor. Pia wewe nani Shedi, I really like you guys actually understanding these things and really following them well. And I can see Baba hapa hivi akicheka sana Steve, because he knows what I'm talking about is true and he understands what I'm talking about. And that is the thing that I want people to actually grow up in and actually go back and read that book yenye tunafichia kwa kila kitu, the Constitution, the Bible, the everything, and just start reading some things. Things are written in the books. Histories are made. Histories are there. Jomo Kenyatta biography is there. Moi's biography is there. Kila kitu iko. Kina be what? Everything. Just start reading and understand the geopolitical system of our country. Mostly, you will understand that Ruto has no geopolitical, any kind of background. That is just a guy that is just out there. And if you think I'm lying, I would want you to tell me which other president since independence, even colonial times, that has come to a point that you can't even pinpoint which part of the country likes him because his backyard is messed up. The central wenye walituambia kumera tokokera tene tukanyuhe Ruto, that also is a mess up. And once you finish those two, you don't even know where else to go look for Ruto support. I rest my case and I drop my mic. Nimemaliza.
Kenya Mkora, mimi sina la ziada, kuwapongeza wote. Kenya Mkora ameongea mingi, amesema yeye dikao keratene. Sawa sawa, if you don't know keratene, people forgot that they keratene. Say you may learn something. I hope they have taken something, the point inside them, so that they take another route. So hata chukua ile route walichukua ile ya kwanza. If you can speak about now to people on Central kwamba tunaenda next week kufanya election, they will not vote with their hands, they will vote with their minds. And they will not vote because they are voting, they will vote also with an understanding. There's a difference between voting with understanding and just voting. Feeling like I have tick, then cast the vote, not knowing the consequences. But now we know the repercussion of voting, which imefungua vijana wengi. What I'll ask so much kwamba vijana wengi wajitokeze wapige kura next time, so that we can get about the leadership and put the right leadership. Na vijana inafaa wajue kwamba, and also people know that we have something that called impeachment. If the governor, MP, the MCA is not working, you can impeach the MC and elect another MC. So if we know the right rule and we have the right way, the truth is nobody will ever be voted for and do anything against the law or against the law, because anajua nisipofanya kazi nitabanduliwa kutoka ofisini kwa sababu ambaye mwenye ameniajiri hapo. And that's the thing mata mmekuwa mkiaguna mayapo hapa kwamba like kama nimekuajiri kwa kazi na naona like you are not producing, I have to suck you out. Juzi mwingine akasema kwamba whether mimi ni pastor yako unashiriki kwa kanisa yangu ama mimi ni ndugu, wewe ni ndugu, tunashiriki kanisa moja, lakini kwa kusema kweli ndio umejazwa na roho, but towards this capacity you are not producing. Brother, this is not a godship nini, this is a factory where we need to make the profit. So tutasameana, lakini ndugu wetu wa kanisa utaendelea kudumu, but when it come to work, please let us cross the boundaries, because here we are something to produce. So this we just know that kwamba If the politician is not working, let him get out of the meaning. Kama hapa hao viongozi, the MPs, if they join together and they say, hey, Mr. President, this is on a petition, it's not right. They can stand up na ukisimama hapo na wasemembe watu kwamba president hii na hii na hii na hii na it's not right. People they can stop it na hii anaweza impeachiwa. They have the rights because house ndio mdomo ya wananchi.
Yeah, and by the way, you know, the 2010 constitution gave, you know, that sovereign power to the people. But the problem, just like Mato has said, is that we are not doing enough civil education, like to make the citizens understand that power and how they can exercise it, you know, to better their government systems. I see Stephen has a burning point. I don't know how many minutes you still have.
Stephen, just 1 minute, please. Just be direct on the point. Unmute first.
Sorry, Douglas is so worried. I don't know why. I told him that those where's that echo? Because I'm hearing some echo. Those MPs, we talk like Karl Marx. Yeah, they brought the gun because now I'm talking to you like young people. Yeah, the real gun. Yeah, we're killing them. Take that in your minds. Yeah, don't say I'm radical, but you are telling the truth. You pass a bill, and then the same bill is going to injure you. Yeah, it's your politics. It is your bad politics. Yeah, that is one. The other one you asked, oh, Douglas, quick, I'm going to sleep. You said what? The first one I've answered you. The other one, Douglas. That was no question now.
Okay, that was very early on in the show. Mike, unmute your mic.
Kandara. I've answered you from Kandara. Those mothers, they should not be taxed. Yeah. They are the one who gave that person a vote. Yeah. Vote is a vote. Doesn't matter who gave you the vote. Vote is a power. Yeah. Me, I'm an observer. A lot of time I've been observing in Kenya. Yeah. So okay, that is one. I've answered you. That is answered you in Karl Marx, which means that maybe you have not read that story. It's not a story, it's a reality. The gun which you have invented is now killing you. The people in parliament, if you chose them, they went there, they pass a law which is going to injure their people. Those people will turn against them. You get it? Yeah. Because you don't give me.
Okay,
Steve. Thank you, and we appreciate it so much. As we coming to close, I really appreciate Douglas for being with us. And
can I make a little closing remark?
Okay, just in 1 minute.
Okay, so as my closing remark, as I said, okay, maybe it's time that we change, you know, our whole philosophy about parliament and political parties. You know, sometimes people might vote for things they don't believe in them, but because we've conditioned them that if they were voted by a certain party, then they have to, you know, embody everything that party has given them. Maybe sometimes that can, you know, sort of oppress them to not voice what they really truly believe in. And, you know, later we see them frustrated because they know they failed the people, but it's because of the kind of philosophy that we have as a nation. So I think that's something we need to look into going forward. And I would like also to remind you that we also have a blog that is going on, soundcandidtalk.blogspot.com. visit that website for more incisive stories. Yeah, thank you. Have a good night.
Mimi sina la ziada, nawacha na kwamba kuambia kwamba cha mkufu mwanafuu ila
karafuu.
Wanasema kama hivyo, kama ni hivyo basi.
Sound Card Talk sasa imeboreshwa zaidi. Kila siku ya wiki asubuhi tunapambazuka na maabudu na sifa kwenye kipindi cha baadaye tunakuletea mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kwenye one-on-one show.
Kwanza nianze kwa mtazamo kwamba umeona vile hali ilivyo,
the age that you are living in, so many things are happening.
Alafu nakuletea taarifa zinavyochipuka siku hiyo zikiwa ange kwenye in the news headlines. Kisha tunaingia bungeni kutazama wabunge na kusikiliza tuliowaleta kupeleka bungeni iwapo iko imara.
Mr. Speaker,
they should not be given an opportunity to be in those committees.
Who told the people to close the business? Kisha baadaye usiku kuinangana kwenye udadavusi kamili. Open Forum Political Show.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show.
Panya akitujue tumepata the right person.
In churches, in funerals, come up and say, oh, it's our turn.
Sasa Sound Card Talk imekamilika.